All those who are holding tickets outside will get in as fast as they can. I'm speaking not to you, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm speaking to the crowd on the outside, who seem to be standing rather reluctant to come in, and we're going to start this very soon.
Akira Kurosawa once said, "It is power of memory that gives rise to the power of imagination." So when is the last time you've had a dream in black and white? When is the last time your memories or imagination were limited to the grayscale? If motion pictures are limited to sound and images, then without color, filmmakers are bound to a false reality set by the technology of their time. This is a limitation we cannot discredit black and white films for, but instead something to honor them with, as the filmmakers excelled beyond the technical limitations to create memorable, moving images. With the introduction to color in films, we take another leap forward into the history of not just the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Sciences, but to the industry as a whole. The Technicolor Motion Picture Corporation was founded in Boston by a physicist and photography pioneer, Dr. Herbert Kalmus, in 1912. He incorporated the company officially in 1915 with his business partners Daniel Frost Comstock and W. Burton Westcott, and oversaw the production of the first Technicolor feature, The Gulf Between, in 1917. Technicolor invested time into researching the impact of color on emotion and developing a new 3-color process which could provide full spectrum entertainment. The new cameras were bulky, containing 3 separate reels. A prism split the light into cyan, magenta, and yellow. Each separate reel was used to create a positive copy called a matrix. The final result mixed the primary colors to create a full spectrum image. Just like the talkies in the late 20s, we are introduced to a new film format the industry is not fully prepared to embrace, with many theaters only accepting black and white films because projectors that played color films were quite costly, especially with the limited number of color films being produced at the time. The studios were willing to adopt Technicolor for live-action feature productions if it could be proved viable. Shooting Technicolor required very bright lighting, as the film had an extremely slow speed of ASA 5. That and the bulk of cameras and the lack of experience with 3-color cinematography made for skepticism in the studio boardrooms. It wasn't until Kalmus convinced Walt Disney to shoot one of the Disney cartoons, Flowers and Trees, in 1932, in the 3-strip Technicolor process that we noticed the industry starting to shift. Seeing the potential in full color, Disney negotiated an exclusive contract for the use of the process in animated films that extended to September 1935. Flowers and Trees was successful with audience and critics alike, and won the first Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film in 1932. So, Ben, I wanted to start off this conversation kind of opening it up, and this is our first color picture for Best Pictures, and the Academy honoring a color film in the Outstanding Production category. So I wanted to ask generally and broadly, what does color, not in just film, but just color and Technicolor mean to you?
Well, Technicolor specifically, to me, it represents a style of filmmaking, and well, maybe not a style necessarily, but it represents a form of the art that it takes color and it fantasizes it, is kind of what I want to say. It does, and it does that by making it real, but it takes that little sliver of a fantasy and the stuff that isn't reality, and it opens up the world, and it creates something really beautiful in film. And so when you watch Technicolor films, like it just pops out in your face. There's this surreal realism, is a way to also phrase it. It's really cool and beautiful to watch, and it's important to talk about with this film that we are going to be discussing about in this episode because of the advancements that it made and just how vibrant it was. It's, well, more at the beginning of the film, but it was it was specifically used for this film, and it was used to great lengths and really successfully.
It's a two-parter question. So you have the Technicolor aspect and then just color in film, since this is our first color film, not just Technicolor, but first color film altogether. So Technicolor kind of reminds me of classics, a lot of musicals, old Western films like Singing in the Rain and Fantasia, which is some of my favorite movies just alone. And the vibrant, beautiful colors that like are so exaggerated and unnatural in a way that it's just creates this like alternate reality that you're kind of stuck in. And I think that works so well with Gone with the Wind and musicals and this kind of like alternate space and reality that you're in for these movies, because they're just so heightened and just big. And then on the other side, bringing color films finally into this mix, it's something that kind of brings you more into reality when you're watching a film. And it's not just coming from like the modern point of view, or when we think of movies nowadays, they're always in color because the amount of black and white films released every year are probably under 5%, if that. So it's this weird mix of where Technicolor is so beyond what you would like expect and see in reality, but then having this color aspect finally getting to the point where we're seeing color films. It makes us feel just more used to what we're seeing on screen. It just feels a little bit more natural, and it's finally introducing this new element that changes the medium entirely. It really can provoke such a different mood, and I think Gone with the Wind is like the perfect film to represent this because of its insane use of colors that we'll talk about. And I wanted to quickly mention the ASA 5, which was like the film speed or the stock speed. There's a bunch of different names, and I love film photography, so I found that kind of insane because ASA 5 is extremely low. Nowadays, if you were to buy film and you were to buy like a pack of film for 35 millimeter, it would be like 100 ASA, and they would say use that film on bright sunny days, like if you're shooting on the beach, and that's 100 ASA. So the amount of light that you would need for 5 ASA, I like don't understand how it's possible. It was probably like blinding to be on these sets for Technicolor, that it was probably like just awful to work in.
For those who don't know what ASA means, can you just give a good explanation?
In terms of ASA, it's probably what you would refer to nowadays as ISO. So on modern cameras or even your phone, you would have the ability to kind of change the ISO, essentially how sensitive that chip or how sensitive the film speed or the film stock itself that you're using is sensitive to light. So this means that it's the lower the number, the way less it is sensitive to light. So 100 being really bright and sunny on like a beach, so really high extreme light with not many shadows, so you would use a much lower film stock. So thinking about 5 is just so drastically low. It's just something you would never see in the modern age when it comes to like film and physical photography.
Yeah, and it becomes interesting because we'll touch upon more of the what color can represent in Gone with the Wind, but specifically the second half of the film, to my eye, seems a little darker and doled out. So, you know, how dark were they able to get the sets? Like how many lights? There's so many questions with this production. So it's just something to think about. But what I really liked of what you said was, when have you dreamed in black and white? And to me, that's what color film really represents. It brings you into reality. You don't dream in black and white. The medium of filmmaking, the artistry of it. Yeah, like black and white is a great tool because it can challenge you, but being able to use color gives you gave filmmakers, and it gives filmmakers today the tool to step foot into reality, to be as real as possible on film, which is a totally different nuanced conversation. But I really like that, and I like that comparison. And I think that what makes it so prevalent to talk about, to start out this conversation on color film because of Gone with the Wind, is because of what it opens up, or at least what has opened up because of reactions to it years and decades after its release, to a whole conscious and social movement of that Gone with the Wind represented something that wasn't as beautiful as it was, that the reality of the film wasn't the reality of what it is today, that there is still more advancements that need to be made. And that's a whole, societal issue. But to the fact that we have color with this film, it represents so many different things, racial, from a filmmaking standpoint, the artistry standpoint, being able to capture history. It's Pandora's box, but color film is a great thing to have. And the fact that this is the first one is such a huge deal to the landscape of cinema and the history of the Oscars.
So Ben, I think it's time to ask that age-old question. Is Gone with the Wind worthy of the Best Picture award for 1939?
So welcome back to Worthy, episode 12. Today, this episode, whenever you are listening to this, we are talking about Gone with the Wind. And this was a pretty, at least for me, in my mindset of writing notes and getting ready for this podcast, it was a daunting task. I had seen the movie now 3 times. John, this was the first time you had seen it. And it is It's well publicized. It's one of the most well-known films ever. It is one of the most covered, if not the most covered and most documented film ever. It has come under major scrutiny, especially of recent memory, and it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, and for us to give a new opinion, to give like a new insight into it, because so many people have talked about it. So many people have already given, I guess I want to say, like a standard criticism, a standard critique of it, and yet it is still so revered and so well loved. So there's so many different things to process, to take in, to form before even talking about it. And if you were to see the outline that John and I have for these episodes, they're usually like 20 pages. This one is 40 pages, just to give an idea of like how much like there is to be found about it, and how much we can really take it the direction of the podcast. So as of right now, in this part of the recording process, we don't know how long this discussion is going to be, but it's going to be a fun one. And to really start it out, in 2019, this movie came under big controversy because it had appeared on HBO Max's platform, and people were pretty upset about it because there was no, I guess it was like praised, right? I'm trying to remember really correctly, because there is not information of like the initial reaction, is more information about what the reaction to the reaction. And so HBO's reaction to the reaction of Gone with the Wind being on HBO Max was they took it off and then they put it back on, but with a 5-minute intro. TCM's Jacqueline Stewart, she's a TCM host and film scholar. And basically it's just it's a context. It's giving context to the film, why it was so revered in 1939, what the big issues racially there is. Jacqueline Stewart, she says the film paints the picture of the Antebellum South as a romantic and idyllic setting that has been tragically lost to the past. And that is pretty much what the movie is. It's giving this beauty to the South and the Confederacy, which really doesn't deserve any beauty. It was a horrific time and a horrific moment in world history. And then she ends the whole discussion, the intro, with watching Gone with the Wind can be uncomfortable, even painful. Still, it is important that classic Hollywood films are made available to us in their original form for viewing and discussion. They reflect the social context of which they were made and invite viewers to reflect on their own values and beliefs when watching them now, which, John, sounds like what we do on this podcast.
Yeah, definitely. So first I want to mention what you were first starting out with. Yes, this is Gone with the Wind. It's one of the most popular movies of all time. So I was probably the most nervous going into this episode, just because not only how big of a movie this is, almost hitting 4 hours, and just how daunting and excessive this film has kind of been picked apart and analyzed, and especially when it's been brought up most recently with the HBO Max release. And I'm the kind of person who really doesn't want to know anything about a movie going in. Like, even reading the plot, I think, is too much, but there's films where they're heavily documented, and obviously I'm watching trailers and yada, yada, yada. But when I watch a film, and I really just don't want to know that much about it. So the way of starting a film out with like dialogue of how to perceive this film is not something that I really agree with. I think it's something that's up to the viewer to then go and like figure out for themselves whether they believe in certain aspects of the script. Some of the script is simply based on characters, and you could argue some of this is the screenwriting and the producing side of things that's kind of forced to talk about these issues. And we'll definitely dive really deep into all the crazy aspects of this film. But yeah, I don't know if I technically agree with opening up the film and starting it out with this kind of declaration that this is painful to watch, because again, I think it should be up to each individual viewer to like know that context. And there's a lot of people that would watch this film and, maybe not look up anything else. And if they watch this film and treat it as like a documentary and word from the Bible, then yeah, there's something else wrong with that person. So yeah, that's just my opinion.
It's a tough and I'm similar to where I don't want to know anything beforehand. It's tough for that kind of viewer to pop this movie on HBO Max. Then like, whoa, there's this whole beginning that sort of reveals some big plot points, sort of reveals some big, the big racial issues that are going on. So it spoils it. It's a little weird. Yeah, you could place it at the end of the film. It is separated also as like a separate video you can watch on HBO Max as well. But it's good that we have it. It's good that there is this context, and it's good that you have someone like Jacqueline Stewart, who is a black woman herself, saying like this this movie's racist and it's painful for black viewers, but we can't take away, or at least we can't re-edit this film and go back. We have to leave it in its original form. We have to just watch it as it is and discuss it from there. And I think that's a huge point, and I think that's a very valuable to understand and when watching this film. And I want to ask this question to you, John. When comparing this to another Best Picture winner, Cimarron, I think it's still a racist film, but it's not as racist as Cimarron was. There were some things that were done in Cimarron that I'm still shocked by. And then watching Gone with the Wind, yeah, it's very racist, but it doesn't have what's supposed to be a progressive guy telling a young black kid, like, oh boy, look at those watermelons. Like, oh, isn't that great? And that's where this film doesn't do that, but yet it still makes slavery seem a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's a really complicated issue in this film, and I think we'll discuss it more throughout because this film relies a lot on a lot of different characters, and a lot of those different characters have opposing viewpoints, and I feel like that's something Cimarron does not have. It felt like racist from the bones of the script, like that the screenwriters felt these things and they wrote them and made the main character in Cimarron to kind of like fuel how they feel about black people. So I don't feel Gone with the Wind is nearly as racist. It has elements that are really uncomfortable and elements of slavery where they glorifies it, like you said, but it talks about these issues and it really opens up dialogues about them, and I think it does it in a much nuanced effort and storytelling manner than Cimarron did. So yeah, we don't want to pick and choose and compare all the time, but it's something to note, and it's hard to compare the two because this Gone with the Wind was put to HBO Max, a streaming platform, and Cimarron is basically a film that's not going to be seen by the majority of the people, and it's not going to be added to any streaming services. So.
I actually think it's on HBO Max now because my girlfriend was telling me the other day she was going through HBO Max and asked me if she should watch Cimarron. I was like, no, don't touch that. Don't touch it at all. And so I think it might be on HBO Max, but I don't remember, and I might just be talking out of my butt.
If that is the case, that would be insane to me because that film is so more blatantly racist, and like if there's no opening discussion about that film, then like it's clearly that they just did this because it's a more popular film, more people know it, and more people just complained about it. So then it makes HBO or TCM, whoever was really in charge of this, it makes it feel like less valuable, and like they just did it just because they wanted people to shut up and not because they actually believe in and kind of describing the nuance here.
But we're not going to tell people to shut up, but we are going to tell people, go watch this movie. You can enjoy it and like it. We like it, but remember like the context of the time and remember some of those nuances, and I think that creates a healthy discussion and a healthy way to view this movie. But without further ado, let's jump right into Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind stars Vivien Leigh as Scarlett O'Hara,
Olivia de Havilland as Melanie Hamilton,
Clark Gable as Rhett Butler,
Hattie McDaniel as Mammy,
and Leslie Howard as Ashley Wilkes.
Gone with the Wind was produced by David O. Selznick,
directed by Victor Fleming, with uncredited directors George Cukor and Sam Wood.
Writing credits going to Margaret Mitchell for story of her novel Gone with the Wind, screenplay by Sidney Howard, and uncredited writing to Oliver H.P. Garrett, Ben Hecht, Joe Swirling, and John Van Druten.
Music by Max Steiner.
Cinematography by Ernest Haller and Lee Garms.
Production design by William Cameron Menzies.
Art direction by Lyle Wheeler.
Costume design by Walter Plunkett. A 1939 adaptation of Margaret Mitchell's novel of the same name. Gone with the Wind is a love story about two white Southerners set in the midst of the Civil War. Now, we want to at least mention before going on, this will be a little bit different than most of our other episodes because usually we'll read the synopsis just to give any listeners kind of like a general understanding of what the plot is. This film is almost 4 hours, as we've said, and it's so much, and there's so much that happens that we thought it would be best to go essentially paragraph by paragraph through our synopsis and essentially break down these scenes, break down the characters as they initially start, and then kind of go throughout the film and really break it all down because there's so much to talk about here.
Yeah, this film does clock in at almost 4 hours. It is, depending on who you ask and which viewing or per version that you would talk to, this is the longest Best Picture winner. Some people say Lawrence of Arabia is. There's like a 1 minute difference depending on which version you're going to use. Based on my spreadsheet and logging of all this over the last year and a half, I have Lawrence of Arabia as like a 1 minute longer than Gone with the Wind, but still that 1 minute doesn't take any away from it being a almost 4 hour movie. So yeah, let's get into it. So the opening of the movie starts out with this credit title sequence, and it says, "There was a land of cavaliers and cotton fields called the Old South. Here in this pretty world, gallantry took its last bow. Here was the last ever to be seen of knights and their ladies fair, of master and of slave. Look for it only in books, for it is no moment than a dream remembered, a civilization gone with the wind."
I feel like we should at least just jump in and talk about the opening titles just because they're, one, boom, we're in color. The opening production and the production company is shown in color. We see the estate, which is also interesting. It's the first film that has like an opening credit to the production company with their own little like teaser reel. I don't even know what to call those really, honestly, but it's so used to seeing that before films nowadays with the motion picture studios and Universal's opening and all these other openings, and this is just not what we've really seen so far. And then we have like the beautiful scrolling text reading out Gone with the Wind with this like burnt horizon background, which is so popular throughout this film, and it's gorgeous to look at in color, and everything is just immediately popping out to us. And we see some of the lead actors and actresses' name as they kind of show parts of the plantation and go around the property of Tara.
Yeah, and a little bit on actually where the name Gone with the Wind comes from. So Margaret Mitchell, the woman who wrote the novel, she took it from a poem called, and I'm not good with different languages, and I've done this before, but I'm going to try it again. I think this is Latin. It is Non sum qualis uram bon sub regno sayonara by Ernest Dawson. And basically that poem translates to, "I have forgot much, sayonara, gone with the wind, flung roses righteously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale lost lilies out of mind." What that means, I don't know, but that's where she got it from that poem, that line. And yeah, I mean, we start out with this, again, just showing off the Technicolor, showing off the huge vibrancy of this film, bringing in this swell of this score that is so good. It's a really good score, and I did it when we watched it together. I was like reenacting what I thought people were doing in 1939 when they were probably shitting themselves seeing all this in color for the first time. I was, clapping. I was going, "Oh my God, this is amazing." Like, people were probably going fucking nuts when Gone with the Wind came out when they first saw that, because it is so in your face, so epic, and so huge.
In 1861, on the eve of the American Civil War, Scarlett O'Hara lives at Tara, her family's cotton plantation in Georgia, with her parents and 2 sisters and their many slaves. Scarlett learns that her secret crush, Ashley Wilkes, is to be married to his cousin, Melanie Hamilton.
So let's stop right there, actually, for a second to talk about this beginning, because it is important. So the movie, when we first get introduced to the characters, opens up to a scene of Scarlett O'Hara, played by Vivien Leigh, with 2 boys, the Tarleton brothers, and actually one of them is played by George Reeves, who was the original Superman in the Superman TV show. Little fun fact there. But anyway, so the movie opens up, and it's just dolly in right into Scarlett's face, and it's that big opening shot of like, here's Scarlett, here she is, this is what she looks like in color, isn't this amazing? And it gives you this good insight to who Scarlett is. Scarlett has to be like 16, I think she's like,
they say she's 16.
Yeah, so she's 16 at this beginning point. She's this girl who is in love with, she's essentially the girl next door to this guy, Ashley Wilkes, and she's really in love with him, and she wants to marry him, but she's hearing that he's going to marry his cousin. Incest, and that's just a part of the Old South, and that's something that was beautiful to them. And we just get this really good introduction to who she is, and we get one of her most famous catchphrases, which is "Fiddle Dee Dee." So I don't know what you thought about that opening sequence, but I thought it was a good way to jump into who Scarlett is.
Yeah, it really just dives right into it, where she's immediately just has two boys just trying to like pursue her. You immediately see that she's kind of, loves to play the field. And obviously we have to say Vivien Leigh is just so freaking gorgeous, and she like looks like a doll. Like her skin looks like porcelain with these like rosy cheeks and the super bright red and all of the beautiful dresses that we'll get into. It immediately sets you up, and it's just like, okay, not only is this beautiful, we're getting like these dynamic camera shots, these like zooms and dolly ins, and we're immediately brought into this world, and it's immediately you're intrigued as to what's going on. Like you're hearing her dad tell her that this guy Ashley is getting married to his cousin, and you're like, what? There's so much happening immediately right off the top. And then you have getting married to his cousin, which is just like kind of normalized and accepted. That gets later on kind of poked fun at. Yeah, but it's just immediately you're kind of taken into the beauty of Tara and this home, and it really wants you to kind of sit down with Scarlett and basically show you her world to start out.
Yeah, exactly. And just to give some context, Vivien Leigh was 24, 25 when this was filming, so she was still very young. She's our age that we are right now, me and John, so which is a pretty daunting thing to think about. Another things that kind of happened in the opening sequence, we get to first meet Mammy, played by Hattie McDaniel, who we are definitely 100% going to be talking about. We get her kind of introduction where she's leaning out the window and yelling at Scarlett. And I think that's like one of the issues, though, with how this film portrays black people, because you have this black woman playing the Mammy character, and it's more like a comedic thing that she does. And so obviously the filmmakers use this opportunity to kind of use the stereotype of a Mammy character and to just have her yelling and screaming to get those laughs kind of right in there. So that's unfortunate, but it's also part of Hattie's performance, which was overall really great. And then we also get the conversation between Scarlett and her dad, and that's where the introduction of Tara as land being so important, as land being the only thing that lasts. It keeps on coming up again, and then we get the big, I'm going to call it like a swell shot where the score builds up, and then we get this pull out of a silhouette shot of Scarlett and her dad looking out into Tara, and that's like another one of those big memorable shots, and one of those things that probably made the audience going like, oh my fucking god, this is amazing.
Poster shot, I would call it. It's just so picturesque, and you could take so many frames from this movie and just kind of blow them up and make a beautiful poster out of them. And they're gorgeous, and the way they show off Tara and the plantain is really stunning, and it feels just like unworldly, like you've never seen something so like big and grand. Especially not so far out of all the films that we've watched. Yeah,
they do a really good job with the sunset shots throughout the film, and especially the color red. But that's also because of Technicolor, because Technicolor makes that shit pop. But moving on in the story, so at an engagement party with the next day at Ashley's home, the nearby plantation 12 Oaks, Scarlett makes an advance on Ashley, but is rebuffed. Instead, she catches the attention of another guest, Rhett Butler. The barbecue is disrupted by news of the declaration of war, and the men rush to enlist. In a bid to arouse jealousy in Ashley, Scarlett marries Melanie's younger brother Charles before he leaves to fight. So let's stop right there in the plot, because that's also another pretty big sequence at the beginning, the 12 Oaks barbecue. So first that kind of sequence starts out with Scarlett getting ready, and we already have this whole dynamic between her and Mammy when Mammy is putting a corset on Scarlett. And that's kind of the first time where we see Mammy's real purpose in the film, that she's the foil to Scarlett. She's the foil and the voice of reason at times, but she's the person that basically gets in Scarlett's face and tells her that she can't act that way, or telling her how she can't be. And I think that's because Scarlett's mother is not very present, and there's that sense throughout the film that Scarlett and her mother didn't have a strong relationship, which is something to think about with Scarlett's character just in general and her whole mindset. So we get to the party, and you can just see on Scarlett's face that she is there to stir up trouble, because she just found out that the guy that she loved, her next door neighbor Ashley, is not going to marry her, that he's going to choose his cousin Melanie.
Yeah, so we have Mammy, like you said, who is the motherly figure, essentially, for Scarlett. And she's very childish. She's basically complaining about what she wants to wear, not eating food, and she's basically just like convincing her to do all these things because she basically has to. And yeah, Mammy and Hattie McDaniels has like way more screen time than the mom does throughout this entire film, and she's way more prominent in her life, it seems, as a mentor and just someone who kind of speaks the truth basically to Scarlett and understands and basically calms her down and shows her how great her life actually is. And yeah, we get to 12 Oaks, and it's crazy. The cinematography throughout, like, all the openings showing the plantations and showing the 12 Oaks lot. And we'll definitely talk about how incredible the cinematography is and all the different shots. And I especially wanted to give a shout out to Jack Cosgrove because he did all the special photography kind of effects throughout the film. And I watched the essentially behind the scenes and like making of Gone with the Wind, and they really went into a lot of detail of how they kind of created these shots, and they're really, really, really fascinating. And it's stuff you wouldn't even notice looking at some of the frames throughout this film. And there's tons of like special effects that you would have no idea that were actually done, where a lot of this film and most of the film wasn't even shot down south in plantations. It was shot in backlots and in the studios for MGM and some other studios around Hollywood. So when you look at the kind of compare and contrast of some of these shots, it's drastically different what they're doing and how they're altering these images. And essentially what they would do is shoot the location that they're actually have the actors on, and then they would essentially take like paint and they would paint over aspects of the frame with black, and then they would essentially take a glass filter that had the new aspects to build up the mansions, make the backgrounds have tons of trees and beautiful skies, and really change the entire shot, and then kind of integrate all of this into one frame where it looks complete. And you would have no idea. And there's multiple shots throughout this that they use that technique, and you would have no idea that there's a special effect. And it looks better than any CGI than you would see today. So really, really fascinating.
Yeah. No, yeah, 100%. It's something really to take in. Again, everything pops, all the color pops. Yeah, it's really cool. So we're at the party, and we start to see Scarlett interact with Ashley. She's really just trying to get Ashley's attention, and then she meets Melanie, and that Melanie is played by Olivia de Havilland, who gives this performance as Melanie, and that whole character herself is very interesting when compared to Scarlett, because she's very nice and a little naive, I think, and I think she represents what women were supposed to be in the South, and the mold that they were supposed to fit. That's kind of what what Melanie represents. Ashley represents a totally different thing. So we get this whole introduction. We start to see that Scarlett's, the way she I want to say she's sort of like a spider, because I actually wanted to say this about Vivien Leigh's performance. She uses her eyebrows in a very effective way for her facial emotions, and to me that felt very spider-like, that she was, getting her hands or whatever into every single person's face and trying to be a part and cause all this trouble. So she doesn't get Ashley. She's walking around the party, and she sees Rhett Butler, and that whole shot is another one of those, oh my god, there's Clark Gable in color. Like, the room gets you just feel so hot, and you're just like, oh my god, there's this sexy 30 star of Hollywood right there in color. And it's really cool. So basically what happens is Scarlett says to, I don't even remember the girl's name because she doesn't even appear ever again. But she's like, who's that guy? And she's like, oh, that's that Rhett Butler. And you just kind of see a glimpse of Clark Gable. You're like, is that him? And then cuts back to them, and they're like kind of talking for a second. And then Scarlett's like, he keeps on looking up at us. And then they do the zoom down the staircase onto him, and it's just Clark Gable just smiling. And again, I can just hear the reverberations from 1939 of people shitting themselves that Clark Gable's in color. And it was really cool and a really good introduction just to see him there and show off the whole idea of Technicolor.
Yeah, it's the whole sets are just absolutely gorgeous with this beautiful staircase that Rhett Butler kind of stands at the very bottom of. And it is great to see Clark Gable looking handsome as ever in color now. And he just has such a charming smile. He doesn't even have a single word yet. And you're like, oh my God, I want to freaking kiss this man. And yeah, I think you compared Scarlett or Vivien's performance to Spider. I think that does make a lot of sense. It's a good comparison because she is someone immediately when she gets to this party, she's just flirting with every guy. Like every guy there, she's basically like, I want to make every single person here jealous. Mainly, it seems because she wants Ashley to know that like she's interested in other guys, just to make him jealous, probably. But she loves the attention. It's so obvious that she wants every guy to be talking about her, every guy to be looking at her, like waiting hand and foot for her. So it is. You can see the power that she has over this world, and it's a beautiful beginning to the movie because it kind of shows you just like how gorgeous and pure and like amazing their lives are without showing any of like the really dark aspects of, you know, owning slaves and having all these aspects. But it essentially shows why they love the South so much without, you know, obviously, like I said, ignoring all the really dark, traumatic aspects of it. But it shows you essentially the beauty of why they love this area so much. You know, barbecue is such a traditional thing for the South that it's still so commonly used. And I was recently just in Texas, very different part of the South than Georgia or Atlanta, but it's just like a communal thing. Every Sunday you come together. It's, if you're not going to church, then barbecue's maybe right after church, or you go to church, then go to barbecue. And it's just such a communal thing where you can tell that everybody's there and they like all love each other, and all the girls are gossiping, the guys are talking. It's just like they really build this world, and you immediately kind of are established and kind of understand where we are.
Yeah, and just to give a quick picture of like how Scarlett is spinning her webs and catching her flies, she has like 15 guys standing around her, all being like, "Can we get you your dessert?"
Yeah, like what other food do you need, Scarlett? Like, more barbecue? What else?
Yeah, but she picks Charles Hamilton, which we'll touch on in a second. So the scene, the whole barbecue progresses, and it gets to this like very awkward part where all the women have to go upstairs and go take a nap. That like it's just a thing. You just did that where all the women just had to go take a nap, and still wearing their corsets though. So you get to see, you know, Scarlett interact with her sisters and some of the women up there. And then one of the more horrific images is that they're all sleeping, and there's a little black girl just fanning them in the middle of this nap session. So bizarre,
so disturbing.
So just let that sink in that was just a normal thing they did. But then at the same time, the men at the party are all gathered in the house, drinking brandy, smoking cigars, and talking about this impending war. So this is supposed to be like 1860, and the Civil War is literally about to happen in like 5 minutes in the film's world. And so you have all the men discussing and talking about that. You know, Ashley says that he just wants the North to let the Confederacy secede and just let them be their own country, and because they needed to own slaves, they felt like. So you have this scene of Americans, you know, 70 years after the war, and they're discussing it as if it's like this huge patriotic thing. And it reminds me of All Quiet on the Western Front, when you had Americans playing Germans, being very patriotic about Germany in World War I. Whereas this feels this is so off, because you have Americans playing Southern Americans talking about how patriotic it is to fight against the Union, which is what is the United States today. I know there's huge racial issues today, but still it's very odd to see that happen, and to have this, you know, whole conversation as if like, yeah, it really means something to fight for the South, to be a Confederacy, and how that's patriotic. It's disturbing, honestly.
There's a really important scene here that's not really listed in the plot that we should talk about as well, which is kind of the men on 12 Oaks come together, and when they're smoking the cigars and they're talking about everything, it is a very significant moment because it shows deeper into Rhett's character. Well, first we're getting lines from him. We've never gotten lines until this moment, where he is a blockade runner for the Confederacy. So he's kind of the money man trying to get all the supplies, and his character is really interesting because he's a northerner, kind of like stuck down in the South here, and he still loves the South. And
he embraces it.
He really embraces it, but he's constantly showing them that like this is not a good battle to fight. He's like, you got no cannons, like they have all the factories up north, they're on the water, like they're ready to go, and they're probably going to destroy us. And everyone's giving him shit like he doesn't know anything. And
yeah, he says to them, all we got is cotton and slaves and arrogance, and which causes all the other guys to be like, oh, like, fuck you, like we got more than that, like we'll fight. And even Charles gets in his face, which Charles is like a 17-year-old kid getting into Clark Gable's face, being like, I'll take you on, I'll take on the North.
Yeah, he's a slimy little bastard, and he's just very much like the specific notion of what the South is and like the South loving man. And Rhett is the guy who's just like, none of this matters. Like, why would you guys risk your life doing this when you know you barely have much right now other than like your simple pleasures, and you could lose that all by entering this war? It's clearly not worth it. And I think this is where we start to see the difference of Rhett's character from literally every other man in this movie. Maybe Ashley you could also kind of pin in there as well as being kind of very separate and different from all of the men of the South. But this is where I think we can talk about the film, and we've talked about this before in Cimarron, whether the film, the screenplay, or the creators have like racist intentions, or whether the actual characters are the ones who are racist, whether it's just simply based in that world at the time, whatever it may be, or the characters that are kind of fueled with bigotry and all this hatred towards different races. So here we have a moment where it's not declaring that Rhett is not racist, or maybe Rhett has slaves. We don't really know anything about this. We barely know about where he's even from or lives, but we're kind of establishing that he is questioning the South and the South's logic. Like, he's immediately saying and demoralizing these men, literally saying like, you only have cotton and slaves, like that's literally all you have, and without these slaves like you would have absolutely nothing. So it's just interesting. What do you think about that, Ben?
Yeah, it totally flies in the face of that culture's whole ideals and what they think is right and blah 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 blah, because they're racist. But Rhett, I think that I wouldn't say he's like a racist person. He's not outwardly racist, but yeah, he's part of that whole system. He grew up in it. There's a moment later on in the second half of the film where he says like, oh, when I was growing up and I had my mammy. So he still had that. His family probably did have slaves. Like, he's this rich guy. We don't know much about him. He is friendly to the black characters in this film. He's very, very, very friendly actually to them. But yet there's still that hint of like, yeah, but you're still slaves and I'm still above you type of thing. So there is that there. But so Rhett kind of makes this whole proclamation like, you guys are going to get fucked essentially in this war because you don't have any real ammunition against the North. And he then excuses himself from the room. He's like, well, I'm not the fun person at this party. And then Ashley, being the gentlemanly kind of guy that he is, he goes after Rhett and is going to go talk to him and show him around the land. But that's when Scarlett, she gets out of the nap room and she intercepts Ashley. And this is the first scene where, the first of I think like maybe like 3 or 4 different scenes where it's Ashley and Scarlett, and Scarlett being like, I love you, please marry me, like please take me. And Ashley's like, no, I can't. I think this is the part where
I'm just getting married to Melanie. Like, I can. There's no way it's gonna happen.
And he says to her, he says to her in this part, she's part of my blood. We understand each other. Which is like, oh, that's so weird. And another thing to think about why it's so weird for Scarlett. She grew up next. This is the guy next door. She grew up next to, growing next to him, living with him. No, this is really kind of the only guy that she probably has like really known on a personal level at this point in her life, or maybe even just the first like 13 years of her life. So she's been smitten with him this whole time. She's probably been thinking about for her whole entire life that, oh yeah, I'm just going to marry Ashley. And then it does feel like that day she was told out of nowhere, yeah, he's not going to marry you. He's going to marry his cousin, which just is to her is like, well, what the fuck? I've been trying to get this guy for so long. And so this is her first attempt to be like, Ashley, please take me. And he says no. She even slaps him. She tries to kiss him and he's still like refusing her. And so he leaves the room and she's upset and she throws like a little statue at the wall, and that's where Rhett was. Rhett, I guess, went in there.
Taking a nap on a sofa. He took a nap
within like the 2 minutes of him leaving the room, telling people, all the Southerners, that they're idiots to that. He was in the room. He was taking a nap, or at least he was just trying to hide and not trying to get into their whole conversation. But he overheard that Scarlett loves Ashley, that Scarlett wants him, that Scarlett doesn't want Ashley to marry Melanie. So just remember that, because that's like kind of at the end. So Rhett knows almost right away she loves Ashley. She wants Ashley. It's always been about Ashley.
Yeah, and that's the first scene that Rhett and Scarlett really meet, and it's immediately humorous. And you could tell that
it works so well.
Yeah, you could tell that Clark Gable and Rhett's character is really like the humor and the majority of the humor throughout the film. And they immediately have this like amazing chemistry where he's kind of like messing with her and he's like, oh yeah, like I've heard everything, like I know all your secrets basically, and like she's really pissed because he knows about this now, and he's like, oh, I'm not gonna tell, like don't worry. It's just really adorable, cute scene, and it reminds me of It happened one night.
I was just about to say
chemistry,
that.
Yeah,
it really does feel like that you just plopped in Peter Warner and just put him right into here, which I guess is what they wanted to do. So you do have that great chemistry right off the bat, and then it all ends with essentially I guess there's some guy who was like, the war is starting that day, that party, it all just happens.
Perfect timing.
Timing. Like, okay, it works out in the film world. And Charles Hamilton, so this is Melanie's brother. So just to give a little outside perspective, so you have Scarlett, who loves Ashley. Ashley's going to marry Melanie. Melanie's brother is Charles, and Charles was supposedly going to marry India Wilkes, who was Ashley's brother. So there's which is another cousin set. So you have these 5 people all exchanging partners or whatnot, love triangles. So Charles runs up to Scarlett and is like, "Let me marry. Like, I want to marry you." And Scarlett is jealous of. She sees Ashley kiss Melanie goodbye, and she's like, "All right, well, I'll just
fuck it. We'll get married."
Yeah, we'll get married. So she decides to marry him, and we move on the plot. And within 5 minutes of her marrying him, Charles dies. So following Charles' deaths while serving in the Confederate States Army, Scarlett's mother sends her to the Hamiltons' home in Atlanta, where she creates a scene by attending a charity bazaar in her mourning attire and waltzing with Rhett, now a blockade runner for the Confederacy. Charles dies of pneumonia, which we see from a letter that Scarlett gets, which is, I think for Scarlett, she's like, well, I would rather he die in a patriotic way, because that's the kind of person she is at the beginning of the film. So it's a little funny that, like this guy.
It's definitely purposely played up though, because she's like commenting how she like hates wearing black, doesn't ever want to wear black. Like she's like doesn't even. It's like, I'm not sad that he's dead.
At
she's
16
just like,
years old, she's already a widow.
She's like, fuck, I'm so young in a window. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, it's played up in humor, which I thought was really funny, but also like completely disregarding this random kid's life who just died. And yeah, you're right. She is kind of like, oh, that's how he died. Like, he didn't get like gunned down in battle or have this like heroic death.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a really funny scene.
There's a good line. So the whole idea is that Melanie and Ashley had gotten married the day before, and then the next day Scarlett and Charles get married, and Melanie says and this is just Melanie's character, which her naivety, she goes, "Your wedding was as beautiful as ours." And Scarlett, who is just so sad, goes, "Was it?" And then Ashley says nothing, because I guess it's like the whole procession line of them congratulating the newlyweds, and he just kisses Scarlett on the cheeks, and Scarlett just breaks down crying because she's like, I married Charles Hamilton and not Ashley Wilkes. So Charles is dead. Scarlett goes to Atlanta. She's staying with Melanie and their aunt, because I guess Scarlett is now really technically a Hamilton within this world. And
we have to talk about the charity bazaar.
That's
a very interesting
we're
aspect.
talking about that, because that's another one of those scenes where the eyebrows come so into play, and the whole like spinning her web. So you get to this dance in Atlanta, and even that, like, so with the cinematography for that scene, they really pack the frame. There's so much going on. They really do a great job of stacking it also, where they'll put something coming into the foreground, but then in the background there's something else moving. So it's really well done. I don't think we've really seen that since like All Quiet on the Western Front that did that pretty well.
Yeah, that much I kind of packed into one frame.
So the scene is very packed. You have Scarlett and Melanie. I guess it's like a giveaway table. I couldn't really tell. Maybe it's a donation table, because kind of what they're trying to do is raise money for the war effort. And Rhett comes in. And Rhett's, he's sweet talking them, obviously, and you can see Scarlett like, oh fuck, I'm in black and I have to talk to this really hot guy, and who I kind of have some interest in, but she doesn't really know that yet, and he doesn't really know that yet. And so then the funniest aspect of that scene is that there's a guy asking for donations from everyone, and Rhett, he does the very gentlemanly and chivalrous thing by saying, take, instead of them having to go up their jewelry, Melanie and Scarlett, here's my golden cigar box. And then you have Melanie immediately stare down her hand at her ring finger on her left hand and like make this internal decision. She's like, should I do it? Should I not do it? This is for Ashley. And she decides to give her ring to the cause to be donated. And then immediately Scarlett just rips off her glove and she's like, here, take mine. And just throws the wedding ring that she was given from Charles. And it is so fucking funny.
And it's very, very different notion because she's clearly jealous of Melanie. She wants to be with Ashley. She literally wants to be Melanie in a way. So
impress Rhett.
And impress Rhett. So you have like all these different dynamics going on. Plus it's played up as humor because it's so clear she did not care about Charles. It was all because of just trying to impress Ashley or make Ashley jealous in any way. So she's like almost like excited to get rid of this ring and just get it off her hands because it's like, you know, it never happened. Like it's over and she can move on and not be a widow, not wear black. So
yeah, she's so quick to want to get rid of that whole identity of having to mourn and be in black. And another thing to also keep in mind about this, to give some context, they were all celebrating at the beginning of the dance scene because they had just gotten word that General Lee was pushing the North out of Virginia. So they're very excited that General Lee, you know, to them, who's a great guy, to us is a shitty person, was making a good push at the beginning of this war. And so then the whole scene, which, again, packed full frame, beautiful colors, beautiful dresses, just beautiful everything. It ends with this auction off, and there's an older woman. I think it's Mrs. Merriweather. She's basically like stunned that they're gonna auction off girls for the night because she's like we can't do, you know, essentially saying that that's like slave stuff. Like these women aren't slaves, so it's okay to auction off the black people and you know, give them trauma, but at a dance party we can't have fun and raise money for the war effort by giving. Which I guess if you did that today, it would be a little bit weird. But if you're doing it for charity, I guess it's somewhat okay. And if all the women are okay with it, with being auctioned off for a date night, like that's totally fine, I guess, if everyone was okay with it. But within the context of this room, the older women are like, no, we can't do that. And then immediately Rhett bits, I think, was it $150?
Yeah,
on
so
Scarlett?
much more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's odd just because they're like a charity for women, but it's still something that I've heard like happens today for like random weird fundraisers or with celebrities, and it's bizarre. I wonder if this is like the first time we've ever seen a kind of like charity for men or women like on film, or if this kind of helped, because it is. I wouldn't say it's a cliche because it doesn't happen that often in film, but I've definitely seen this in a couple of movies.
Yeah.
For some reason, the only movie I can think of right now off the top of my head where I've seen this is White Chicks, where they're bidding for each other. And,
I was thinking of an episode of Entourage.
Oh, of course.
where
Yeah, of course Entourage would have that too.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's a good scene. Then you get to have Scarlett and Rhett dance together, and that's also really shot well.
Yeah, I want to mention that real quick because I watched the behind the scenes, and Rhett, or Clark Gable, who played Rhett, was so nervous about dancing. It was like one of the first scenes that they filmed, and he was terrified because he knew he was such a bad dancer, and he thought he was going to ruin the film overall. And he was really nervous to even sign up and do this film initially because of just how popular Gone with the Wind was as a book, and he just didn't want to let people down because Rhett was this just like male fantasy for a lot of people, and he was like this iconic figure that he didn't really want to like let people down and think only about the book and not about the film. So a small little detail about that, it's really beautiful. We're like kind of like following them around. It's keeping in shot with them as it's kind of as they're dancing and moving around the hall. But to avoid his bad dancing, what they did is built the camera on like a moving platform that would move gradually with them, so you couldn't see them like stumbling or not dancing well, so it looked more natural and elegant.
It looked like they did a projector too in the back. Did it say that?
They didn't really talk about that now,
because they do that several times in the movie where they have projectors in the film,
like shooting as backgrounds.
Yeah, as backgrounds.
Yeah, that could have been like also the glass plates that they use and like replaced entirely. It was honestly insane, some of the shots that they changed, and it even has like people walking, and there are specific shots throughout the film where you can notice it, like where shadows don't kind of like overlay on people walking through them and stuff like that. But it's also well done, and it's a adorable scene of them dancing, and it's clear that she's just like, God damn it, like why did you win? Like she's so like anti-Rhett still at this point that it's adorable. I love that, and that's something I talked about. And it happened one night where like my favorite couples and relationship are on screen is where like they grow to love each other, and when they hate each other at first, it leads to like such hilarious humor because you know where it's going to end up. And yeah, they just have Vivien and Clark Gable have such great chemistry. Yeah,
100%. So now might be a good time to take actually a step back and go a little bit back in time for the behind the scenes aspect of this movie. So this movie infamously is known for having multiple directors and multiple writers and one producer, and that was David O. Selznick, and part of Selznick. He was the head of Selznick International Pictures. And so this was Gone with the Wind was his baby. He was the whole creative mind really behind it. And that becomes we kind of talked about that in episode 9 with the Great Ziegfeld of like the producer versus the director briefly. But this one is really this is a director's film, a producer's film. It was a producer's film, I should say.
A lot of directors, but a producer's film.
So, and I want to stop here because the first director who was in charge of really pre-production and getting the film going was George Cukor, and his contribution supposedly, and there's no way of really knowing, but his contribution was supposedly the first 3 reels. That's in the final cut. So this is a half hour into it. 3 reels is about a half hour into the film. So this is kind of George Cukor's contribution, and it tonally and the way the actors and actresses, to me, it's very different to then how the film progresses, because there's a little more lightheartedness. There's a little bit more of that comedy in it, and I like the first half actually more than the second half of the film because of this. And so we have this is probably the end of Cukor's input into the film. There's probably some things he did with the burning of Atlanta and that whole sequence in the second half of the first half. But this is kind of where the film will start to take that drastic difference, or it start to look a little bit different. But this film, it's very odd that it had 3 directors, and George Cukor was one of them, and he's a great director in his own right, and he would go on to win for My Fair Lady in like 1964.
Yeah, they talked a lot about the different directors in the making of documentary, and originally why he left was because of the back and forth that he had with the producer, and how he just couldn't. He kept wanting to make changes in the script, and they were like
Selznick did not.
Selznick refused to let that happen.
Well, I guess if Selznick wanted to change, he wanted to make the change himself. That's what exactly. That's the impression I got.
That's how dominant he was on the film. Like, the directors were there to like make sure the production was going, but he was there to make sure that everything was in line the way he wanted and the way he thought it deserved. Because it seemed that he knew what this movie could be, and he knew just what length this film would go, and he just had this like vision that went way beyond. And people talk such great things about him, but they also talk a lot of negative things about Selznick and just his kind of abusive power making this movie and some of his other movies. But yeah, that's interesting that we kind of break it down with 3 different directors. Do you want to talk about the other 2 directors now, or kind of move forward still?
I think we should move forward still, but I think it's also important just to there are many rumors to why Cukor left. There's rumors of just creative differences with Selznick, which I think is probably the most dominant thing. There's a rumor that Clark Gable was afraid of Cukor for several reasons. One being that Cukor was more known as an actress's director, so he was much better with the women in the film, and to Clark Gable, he didn't necessarily feel comfortable about that. Also, supposedly, and this is a rumor, this is just what researching and reading random things, supposedly Clark Gable was part of the underground gay circuit of Hollywood as a gigolo, and Cukor was gay himself, and supposedly Clark Gable didn't want Cukor to maybe use that against him. Again, this is alleged, we don't know, and there's a lot out there, but that is something that has come up. I saw several times while researching about why Cukor left. So another thing also with Cukor and him being more of a women's director is that Leigh and de Havilland would secretly go visit him to go over their lines and acting, because Victor Fleming, the next director, was not a women's director, and I think we should leave it at that for right now. So moving on, in the plot, the tide of war turns against the Confederacy after the Battle of Gettysburg, in which many of the men of Scarlett's town are killed. So this scene is basically Scarlett and Melanie waiting in this huge town square. Everyone's waiting in Atlanta to hear about Gettysburg and who died, and everyone's hearing about all the people that died. Melanie and Scarlett are very happy that Ashley is not on that list, and Melanie even comments to the effect of, "Oh, I'm so glad that you care so much, Scarlett, that you're here with me to support me through this." To which,
it's showing just how like naive she is. Yeah. Melanie still is about her love for Ashley, and it's again kind of humorous to me in a way. I don't know if it was supposed to be that way, where Scarlett like really just wants to be there to know if Ashley's alive. She like only cares about Ashley. And correct me if I'm wrong. we don't see Gettysburg per se, but
No, we
do see. Don't we see the aftermath, or at least all the wounded soldiers, or is that later still?
We see wounded soldiers coming back after the war is completely over, but not of Gettysburg itself.
Yeah, there's no shots of Gettysburg. It's more of just like the
Well,
women
I
on
guess
the
we
ground.
also get people in the hospital too. So I guess maybe those were soldiers who were in Gettysburg or just other parts. But Rhett is also in this scene, and he says the cause of living in the past is dying right in front of us, which is a really great line. Again, plays into that the whole effect of what are they really fighting for in the South, because it's a thing of the past and doesn't need to be there. And one other thing, which was from the bizarre scene, and we didn't do it, but I think it actually applies well to now, is Rhett says to Scarlett, "I only believe in Rhett Butler. The rest of the cause doesn't mean much to me." So again, the cause this, the cause that, it doesn't mean anything to Rhett. And the cause is causing all these people to die in the South, and all these people that Scarlett knows, including the Charlton twins at the beginning of the movie. They are mentioned as two of the people that die.
We should also mention that Melanie at this point is pregnant, or at least they kind of tell us that she is, and that she's expected to give birth as well.
So around this time, Ashley comes back on leave, and it's around like Christmas time. So I guess everyone in both armies is like, oh, it's Christmas, and we're not going to
take a break. We won't play drums and kill each other.
Yeah.
We'll go home.
Yeah, we won't try and fight for slavery and blah, 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 blah. And so Ashley comes back. It's Christmas, and even that whole scene, again, Scarlett accompanies Melanie to the train station to pick up Ashley. Ashley and Melanie embrace. It's beautiful. I'm crying because it's so beautiful, and they love each other even though they're cousins. And then Scarlett gets to meet, she gets to see Ashley, and she's trying to hold back tears, and Ashley gives her like a kiss on the cheek, and Scarlett is just like, why couldn't this be me, type of thing. And so they celebrate Christmas together in Atlanta, and Scarlett has to be in the same house and one floor under Ashley impregnating Melanie, because I think that's where it's implied, is because at the end of the night they're going upstairs, and Ashley's probably only there for like 2 or 3 days, so Ashley needs to.
He got his business in.
Got to get his business done.
2 or 3 pumps in those 2 or 3 days.
Oh God!
And it doesn't really say in the plot line too much, but during this time, Scarlett is kind of helping in town, and she's in Atlanta, and they're in a church, right? And that's where all the wounded soldiers are kind of being brought in from, I guess, wars, maybe from Virginia, and brought down to Atlanta, where they're kind of helping. And we get some really dark, disturbing moments in the film here, where it's not really sympathizing with the men. It's just kind of sympathizing with war and victims of war, as you see like just how much brutality there is. And it reminds me of All Quiet on the Western Front, where we get like cutting off the legs, and there's so much chaos going on, and Scarlett can barely like deal with how much trauma is happening.
No, it's not that she can't deal with it. She just doesn't want to be there. Yeah,
she seems very like indifferent, that it just feels like she's wasting her time.
She's really only there probably because Melanie was like, because Melanie, being the angel that she is, it wants to help out and wants to be there as a nurse, because in her mind she's like, well, if this was Ashley, I would hope that some northern woman was helping him out. So to her, she's like, well, I got to do my part and help. So there's that other dichotomy of Scarlett versus Melanie, what Melanie wants to do, what Scarlett wants to do. But also jumping back quickly to the whole sex thing, this has to be another like kind of breaking point for Scarlett, because like, this whole first half is really breaking Scarlett down. It's forcing her out of her way of life, forcing her out of her comfort zone, and she has to essentially be okay with that. The guy that she's been in love with for her entire life is, gonna have a baby and having sex with this other woman. And I gotta ask this question now, because do you think Scarlett had sex with Charles when they got married? Do you think that happened, or do you think Charles probably went right off to war? Because there's a lot of Scarlett that isn't sexy. She's not like, she's a beautiful, like Vivien Leigh's a beautiful woman, but she's not, her sex appeal and isn't as done up as you would expect for a movie from this time.
I would say no. I don't think Scarlett and Charles had sex. I feel like they would show that, and they would make that known that that's the case, but the film doesn't really lead you to believe that at all. So I'm going to take like the film's word that it's not, and it seems like she's kind of saving herself for Ashley. It's like she's so passionate about this man, even though he's married, he has a kid now coming on the way, and he's at war. Like, all three of those reasons should be alone to like just leave this man and leave Melanie alone and just like take care of her and be a good friend.
Yeah, and she just won't. And it's just something that to pocket in your memory bank, audiences and John, just put it in your memory because I want to bring this up later with Scarlett's sex life, because I think that plays very heavily into who she becomes in the second half of the film.
Well, I want to mention that you said that the first half of the film, and we're probably about like halfway now through the first half of the film, it is not my favorite. I think the second half is my favorite just because of how much Scarlett changes, and Vivien's performance I think it's way more complex because it's we'll talk about it as we get further. I don't really want to spoil anything just yet, but for me, Scarlett is really frustrating in this first half of this movie because she's so naive. She's so obsessed with Ashley, and that obviously doesn't go away. It's kind of prominent throughout the film, but she is such a kid still, and it's definitely intentional. Vivien Leigh is so good at like portraying this and portraying different ages throughout the film, even though she looks the same, I think, throughout every moment of the movie. But she's just frustrating, really, and she's a frustrating character, and I could get people who would watch the first half of this movie and turn it off because they're like, this woman is so annoying. Like, she's just doing everything you don't want her to do. It's like you're watching a horror movie and you're like, don't go to the basement, and they go into the basement, and you're like watching Scarlett O'Hara and you're like, don't tell Ashley you love him again for like the third time. He said no. He knows he's going to be with Melanie. They have a kid, so it can be a frustrating watching experience just simply from Scarlett O'Hara.
She even kisses Ashley too. She like forces herself onto him. And,
she's like, before he leaves, she's like, tell me you love me. Just tell me. Like, I need to hear it. And he does admit in that moment that he does love her.
He's like, I do and I don't. And
then walks away, basically.
It's such a toxic type of thing. And on Ashley's end, he's just, he's like misleading her to awful lengths. But that's also kind of why I like the first half. I'm a process guy. I like to see what breaks down the characters I'm watching on film. I've always enjoyed that. I think that's what makes a movie of recent memory like The Joker being really appealing, because most of that film is how he became the Joker, like what broke him down, what was the turning point, and then that last half hour we get to see the whole thing come together. And so for me, you get to see what breaks down Scarlett and what leads her to do some things in the second half or act some ways in the second half of the film. And I think there's just a little bit more dynamic. There's more action in the first half. There's some more dynamics going on, and so I think that's why I like the first half more. But let's move on in the plot. So 8 months later, Scarlett stays in Atlanta with Melanie when she's pregnant. So kind of what sets that up is that the doctor they've been working for is like, she can't go anywhere. She's pregnant. Don't move. Like, she's
also like sick as well while she's pregnant.
Yeah, they never say like what
it is.
She just say she's like a weak person. Olivia de Havilland's kind of a smallish person, so maybe she's a bit frail. I don't know. They don't really say outwardly like what makes her.
They're basically alluding that she could die from this pregnancy. That she's like a sickly person.
And I know pregnancy back then was a whole awful experience because they didn't have modern medicine. But anyway, so basically Scarlett she wanted to go to Tara, but she doesn't go to Tara because she stays behind with Melanie, and specifically because Prissy, who's played by Butterfly McQueen, she's one of the slaves who goes with, she is the slave that goes with Scarlett to Atlanta, and Butterfly McQueen does a great job in this performance as Prissy, and Prissy basically says, I know how to deliver kids, I can help out. So Scarlett, she's like, okay, I'll stay behind because Prissy knows how to give birth. I'll be the person in charge. I'll help her and Melanie get through that process. And she's doing that, I guess, maybe because she thinks that doing that would be a heroic thing for Ashley to see. And I think maybe to her, she's trying to be a good person. But yeah, so that's the whole reason why she stays back.
She doesn't seem like she wants to, though. Like,
she does not. She does not want to, and she only does. And really, she only does it because Prissy says, "I know how to deliver a baby."
So she thinks like all the work will be off her back, and
exactly.
I think Prissy is a good moment to kind of stop and talk. And first, Butterfly McQueen. Coolest name. That is the coolest name I've ever heard in my entire life.
Very cool.
And second, it's a good point to stop and talk about the way black characters are treated in this film. Every character will have different kind of opposing viewpoints, but every white character in the film, mainly Scarlett, a couple other, use these slaves as just whatever they need them to be, and that's all they are really for most of the film. I think you can make the argument with Hattie McDaniel, and we haven't talked a lot about her because she comes much more prominently in the second half of the film, but Prissy is there for partially comedy, which is what we've kind of seen in the past, but really it's just like Scarlett just wants to use her for everything. Like, she doesn't want anything to be kind of put on her shoulders. She just wants like this person to do all the heavy lifting and do all the work. So you're getting that like mentality that that's the way they treat people. But at the same time, throughout this film, we haven't really talked about that we see black soldiers fighting for the South. And we never see any of them rebuttal. They're kind of happy to fight for the South.
Oh, they're very happy.
They're happy to like defend their plantations and like eventually go home to their owner. And like, there's no objection. And while this film has white characters who kind of say racism and slavery, it's not good. Like, I don't believe in it. Like, this maybe should go away. We don't ever have a black perspective that like fully goes out and shows that dynamic and that struggle. So I think that is a huge part of why people kind of look at this film as being very racist, because it doesn't really show their point of view and their perspective at all.
Yeah, 100%. And also the way it's delivered and the whole performance is, it's not colorful at all. It's very dark and it's painful. It's one of those things that Jacqueline Stewart was talking about. And actually she did it's on HBO Max as well. There's like an hour-long panel discussion that TCM did, I think in 2019, and Jacqueline Stewart was on it. And I think she brings up the point that slaves had to play dumb. And that's really sad that I have to say that. But slaves had to play dumb in order to not get punished so hard. So for Prissy, she's like, well, I only said that I was good at helping because, you know, to kind of like get my way out of it. She says all these things. She lies to Scarlett a few times in this whole sequence to just get her way out of it, to not be as punished as harshly, to just, I guess because she'd be afraid that she would get whipped in a way, that she would just be tortured because she's trying to help, which she doesn't. And luckily that happened, but still she was a slave. So that's just another aspect to think about with some of the characters, especially the black characters, and how they may interact, because they may just be lying just to get out of trouble and not have to be the subject of more torture and slavery.
Yeah, and at this moment in the film, we're seeing that the North is getting further and further south, and it looks pretty confidently that Atlanta is going to be raided by the North. And there's even talk about how Northerners in this film may abuse and do horrible things to people that are black, even though they're Northerners and fighting against this. You're still scared of the North in a way, even though they're fighting to free you. And she probably just didn't want to be right on the front line and being inside of this really nice house, Scarlett's aunt's house, and just being there and being safe, delivering with a pregnancy. That sounds like a much safer gig than probably what she was doing beforehand. So it's such a tricky situation where they just don't really give them any kind of opportunity to really show them who they are. They're all kind of used by the other characters, and that's kind of the perspective of the South and of these Southerners and why they're fighting so hard to keep the South the way it is.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but let's move on in the story. So 8 months later, as the city is besieged by the Union Army in the Atlanta campaign, Melanie gives birth with Scarlett's aid, and Rhett helps them flee the city. And then once out of the city, Rhett chooses to go off to fight, leaving Scarlett to make her own way back to Tara. Stop for a second. That whole sequence is called The Burning of Atlanta. It was actually the first thing that was ever filmed for the movie. So AFI, American Film Institute, has a lot of documentation of the movie. And so it reads, the first shots were filmed on the evening of Saturday, December 10th, 1938, for The Burning of Atlanta. It was filmed on the Selznick International Backlot in Culver City, California. At that time, the casting of Scarlett and a number of the major characters had not been finalized yet. And actually, Leigh had first met Selznick during the filming of The Burning of Atlanta. So she's starting to become a part of it. So actually, if you watch that sequence, you'll see several times where the supposed Scarlett character is kind of covering her face. And that's because they just had wide shots of a stunt woman and not a set Scarlett yet. So if you watch the film, you're going to be like, why does Scarlett have her hand over her face? That's because it's not Vivien Leigh, it's someone else. And also with the burning of Atlanta, they had to get a pretty big fire going. They couldn't burn LA yet like they are doing now because of awful global warming. But anyway, so among the sets that were burned, they used different RKO set pieces from past films. The ones that can be identified in slow motion and still photography are the gates from King Kong, on which Selznick acted as an executive producer. So they had to burn old sets, and King Kong makes a little appearance, or at least the gates of King Kong make an appearance in The Burning of Atlanta and Gone with the Wind. So the whole sequence starts, The Burning of Atlanta, when they're in this like church hospital, and you have this very interesting shot of a priest, I guess, reading last rites to dying men, and you hear bangs and everything going off, and then the stained glass window that's behind him shatters, and that's all really cool and visually stimulating. And Scarlett is in there, and she's being asked to help cut off a man's leg, and she's basically saying, fuck that, I'm not going to help this guy. And she goes back, and that's when Melanie starts to give birth, and she starts to realize she's in and out of over her head. She has to get Melanie and Prissy out and herself out of Atlanta as it's burning down. And she asks Prissy to go get the doctor. Prissy comes back and says no, and so Scarlett is forced to go out into Atlanta being destroyed.
To a war zone, essentially.
To a little war zone. And that gives us probably, it might be my second favorite shot after the silhouette sunset shots. And that's of Scarlett walking through this whole field of just wounded and dying and dead Confederate soldiers. And it's just, I guess they probably use a crane.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they definitely use a crane to pull out, and it's huge. It's probably like a football field size of just extras. So you have to think there's probably like 1,000 extras just for this one shot alone. And there's taps playing in the background, but then it pulls out and shows the Confederate flag waving as if it's an American flag.
Just glorifying the flag. But I can speak on the extras, actually. There was a fun moment in the documentary where they showed one of the extras, and he was on the set. They must have just filmed this behind the scenes. And he's like a wounded soldier, and right next to him is like a dummy. And they were like, well, the guy who was the extra, he was saying how the assistant director came up to everybody, and they were like, you're going to find like this little metal prong on the back of the body, and you're going to pull this little prong, and it'll like make the dummy's arm move. So it looks like that there's a lot more men on the battlefield or in that section of the field than there actually were, and it was the extra's responsibility to kind of move and make it look like the other men were alive.
See, like that's the thing now today where it would just be CGI'd, and it's just, and
it would look way worse.
Yeah, and it's a lost aspect to the art form where it's great that we have CGI, and it's really cool that what we can do with it, but the practicality and the practical effects is just completely lost on filmmakers today, and it's something that I wish was still there. But the scene goes on. Basically, the doctor is like to Scarlett, I can't help you give birth right now, or help Melanie give birth right now, because there's just dying men, so I'm not going to help you. So she has to go back and
with Prissy and deliver.
And deliver the baby, and they deliver the baby, and then Scarlett's basically saying like, well, now we need to really get the fuck out of here. And she tells Prissy to go get Rhett, and Rhett is at Belle Watling, and Belle Watling owns a brothel. They never outwardly say who Belle Watling is, but that's the implication, is that she is a, I don't know if she herself is a prostitute, but at least she runs a brothel. And you get a pretty funny scene of Prissy yelling up to Rhett, being like, Captain Butler, we need you. And Rhett's like, well, why don't you just come on up here? And they're all just having this huge party while Atlanta is burning down. So I guess Rhett's just like, I don't really give a fuck what happens. And so
I do want to mention Prissy again, too, because we kind of skimmed over the fact that they gave birth to her. But right before that, Scarlett was like, this happens to happen now. Like, she's going to give birth. We need to do this right now. And Prissy's basically breaks down and is just like, I have no idea how to like deliver anyone. Yeah. I lied. Like, I don't know what's going on. And Scarlett obviously is super pissed because she doesn't want the responsibility on her. It's like a cursed child almost to Scarlett. She's like, I don't want to even see this baby. I don't want to know that it even exists, because she's kind of delusional and still thinks she'll be with Ashley. But she gets like violent towards Prissy, where she's like smacking her. And in the documentary, they talked about how they were trying to fake it and it just didn't really work. And there's kind of different reactions on set where Prissy was like getting actually hit during this scene.
Yeah,
like,
I had heard
over and over.
I heard Butterfly McQueen was very adamant to not getting slapped.
But the producer, Selznick, basically told her that like this is his movie, like you're gonna do what I say, and it ended up with actually Vivien Leigh actually slapping Butterfly McQueen. So it's a really disturbing aspect just because it's a really abusive, and it just again shows Scarlett's like kind of abusive power, and she just uses slaves around her just to kind of like fuel whatever goal she needs to meet throughout the film.
Yeah. So it's really unfortunate and disturbing. But we're moving on, and so Scarlett is helping Melanie give birth. Melanie even says to her that if I die, I want you to have the baby. So now that's on Scarlett's conscience. So Scarlett has been through a lot in just this one day, having to see so many men dying. The whole world and culture around her is collapsing. And then out of the thin air comes Rhett heroically with actually he comes with Prissy because Prissy gets him to get a horse and buggy, and they come get Melanie. Melanie is completely, I would imagine she probably lost a lot of blood. She looks like she's about to die, but she doesn't, and they get her out of the house literally it seemed like right when everything just started exploding and all the fire effects started happening, which was crazy and epic. And then again, talking about Technicolor, you just huge vibrant colors, you have all these reds popping out. There was some really weird lighting choices, and it happens a few times where some of the lighting is off, but there was some blue light coming out of nowhere. And I don't know if that's because they needed to light up the main actors' faces in a way. So I don't know if that's supposed to be the moon, but it was very odd. Yeah, it was very odd because it's so red everywhere. But then you get some glimpses of blue, and I wrote this in my notes. It's some Indiana Jones type shit of what they're trying to do and getting through all of this action. It's really, there's a lot of action going on, and it's very well coordinated, very well done. Again, this was the first thing they ever filmed for the entire thing. So again, Cukor was probably directing this. I don't know if Fleming was. Maybe Fleming helped out or did more of the insert close-up shots of Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh when they're riding around. But in terms of the huge wide shots, that was probably our Cukor for that sequence.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful sequence, and it's a really great chase scene and action scene, honestly. And you wouldn't really expect it from this film so far because there's been really zero action. And it's very intense. I could totally see the Indiana Jones kind of reference, being on horseback, kind of racing, and people are trying to jump onto the carriage, and they're trying to attack them, and they're like taking quick turns, but everything's catching on fire. It feels like a ride that you would be on at like Universal or Disneyland. It's like a crazy ride where everything is beautiful orange glow, and it's this film to me kind of like, obviously being the first color film so far for outstanding production, but it also kind of defines a color palette to me, which is that comparison of that bluish color to the orange and red hues where it's so common. It's like the main colors that we see on like every movie poster, and the film really kind of deals with that back and forth and kind of takes those two colors and makes them like fight against each other throughout the film, and they're used synonymously like in very emotional moments. So here we have the bright orange fire, and it's super epic and intense, and Clark Gable's like shooting guys off as they're trying to like hop on.
Well, he's not shooting, he's like punching guys.
Yes, he's punching and like kicking them off.
Yeah, because essentially all the people who I don't know what to call them, but people who are basically like, oh, shit's really going down, let's fucking rob everything.
Yeah, they're just like looters and rioters.
Yeah, looters and rioters, and they see the horse, and because horses were scarce, so they try to attack them, and they don't, and they're able to get out of Atlanta. So first, they see a bunch of soldiers walking around outside of Atlanta, and Rhett says, you can tell your grandchildren you watched the South disappear one night, which is a pretty powerful line, and I think it's powerful just because the idea of like, you're going to tell your grandchildren where you were on this historical night, and historical night being that like, yeah, your whole culture is burned down, but your whole culture was to empower slavery, which is not good. So that's the bad part of it, but it's a good line regardless. And so then we get to probably the reddest of red scenes of the entire film, and one of the more there was a re-release of the film in 1967, and this was the shot on the poster, and it's of Clark Gable holding Vivien Leigh, and there's just fire everywhere. It's beautiful, it's erotic, romantic, And basically, Rhett's like, I'm going to leave you here. You have to go the rest of your own way to Tara. I'm going to go join the army. And he says, should I be ashamed of this? Should I be ashamed of being a Southerner? But he's like, well, I'm still going to go back and join the army, which is a little odd because you would think Rhett, knowing who he is and kind of the guy he is, you would think that he would just go with them to Tara. But he stops. He says, no, I'm going to let you go the rest of the way. And Scarlett is very upset by this. And Rhett tries to kiss her, and he tries to tell her that he loves her, and even though he barely knows her, and he forces himself onto her. He forces a kiss, and the music swells up, so you think it's going to be romantic. And then you can see Scarlett is pushing away, and she gets out away from him, and she slaps him. And she says that he isn't a gentleman, and she's very upset by this. And it flies in the face of normal Hollywood romance. So this is sort of the start of that, where it breaks those stereotypes of Hollywood romance, where the guy, he did something heroic, but he's not getting the girl, at least not yet, because she doesn't like him. But she still has probably a thing for Ashley, and it stands out because, again, you think it's this big romantic thing with all the red in the background, with all the fire. He just saved her, and she's finally gonna be able to go home and escape, and she still rebuffs him.
Yeah, part of me is like, it's probably because he's leaving, and they don't directly say that in the film of why he's going back. He just says he's just going back to help. I don't really assume that he's going to actually fight. I'm assuming that he has money still in the war, and he has to go back and make sure that's protected in a way. It's not really like stated, but that's kind of, I'm assuming. I don't think he's like going to be on the front line. And I think Scarlett's just really pissed. Again, it fits into her character perfectly, where she needs help. Like, she needs everyone to save her. And as soon as he's like, you got it the rest of the way, like, you can deal with it the rest of the way, like, good luck. It's intense, and she doesn't want to deal with it, and she's really pissed off. To me, it feels like she likes him at this moment. Like, she does actually have feelings for him. She's probably not in love with him, and it is kind of like a forced, awkward kiss. But to me, I don't think she like hates Rhett at this moment. Like,
yeah, I don't think she hates Rhett, but she's not infatuated with him yet, and I don't think she ever really is. But it's something. It's different because whenever you see that shot on the poster, you think, oh, they are probably so in love. That's so romantic and so Hollywood. But she slaps him and she says, I don't want you to kiss me. Like, stop. Like, I need you to help me. And that's part of her character, but it's also, it leads to how she does change. And so it's interesting. It flies in the face of normalcy. It's cool. And I like it that she's standing up. She's being firm. She's breaking out of that mold, out of that Southern woman mold, and also that 1939 mold of what a woman should be. So we get this really cool, the beautiful cinematography. We get that whole shot. It's a great sequence you should watch. If you haven't seen this film, it's definitely on YouTube. Rhett leaves them, and then they go back to Tara, and you see some also really great shots.
Such great shots. Like the shot with her hiding under the bridge while it's like raining, and they're holding the baby and everything. Right?
The baby, though, has... This is a little weird. The baby was covered by a blanket, and I swear to God, like, that baby was probably being waterboarded because
they were like half soaked in water because of rain. Yeah,
very irresponsible on Melanie's part. But so they are going through these like deserted towns in the South. There are just dead men everywhere. The horse that is carrying them is like on its last legs, and when they get to Tara, and actually Scarlett whips the horse to like, keep going, we're at Tara, and the horse dies. Literally, she beats it to death. And this is another great shot. So they go into 12 Oaks, which is Ashley's home, and it's just Scarlett who goes inside. And Scarlett is in this big mansion that is completely destroyed, and that's where the whole Civil War started for her. That's where the barbecue was. So to remember that, so you have this like, so they had the beginning where it was so beautiful and colorful and full of all these people and this way of life, versus an hour later in the movie, and here's Scarlett standing in that same place, and it's empty, it's destroyed, it's this whole way of life gone. So upon her return, Scarlett finds Tara deserted except for her father, her sisters, and former slaves, Mammy and Pork. Scarlett learns that her mother had just died of typhoid fever, and her father has lost his mind because of it. With Tara pillaged by Union troops and the field untended, Scarlett vows to ensure the survival of herself and her family. And that's where the first half ends. And it ends on this a huge emotional, big, it's not like a long monologue, but it's juicy and meaty for an actress to dive into. And so Scarlett, she just learns her mother had just died. Her father, the man of the house, is completely gone. So now she has to pick up the pieces. Immediately, she's like, I have to be in charge of Tara. And it's actually a cool little sequence. So she's walking down the stairs and going to walk outside. You had Prissy questioning her of what they're going to do. Mammy's questioning her about the food they have to get. And then you have Pork, asking questions too. And what Pork says is one of those cringe, painful moments. He goes, "Who's going to milk that cow, Miss Scarlett? We as house workers." So this is just a question. This is something that Scarlett has to hear before the end of the film, and just a nice little reminder that there is slaves, and it's still this whole way of life that is still there despite the Confederacy falling. So Scarlett picks up a carrot out of the ground, which you would never suspect Miss Scarlett O'Hara to be eating filthy vegetables.
Dirty carrot,
dirty, right out of the ground, so she gets sick. And then it's pretty dark, so I don't know. They didn't want to light her up, I guess, for this.
Yeah, because the sun setting in the background, yeah.
Yeah, so it's this pretty dark shot, and she goes, "As God is my witness. As God is my witness, they're not going to lick me. I'm going to live through this, and when it's all over, I'll never be hungry again. No, nor any of my folk. If I have to lie, steal, cheat, or kill, as God is my witness, I'll never be hungry again." The music swells up. It's this big silhouette shot. Intermission.
Yeah, beautiful. There's so much to break down here. I need to go back a little bit just to talk about her returning to home. So there's three main shots of showing off Tara, right? It's the opening, right after the opening scene, we have the reveal of Tara, and it's a beautiful introduction, the gorgeous green grass, the beautiful white architecture. It's beautiful. Everything's so gorgeous and pristine. And then when she returns, it's haunting. The cinematography is completely different. Everything's kind of dark and blue from moonlight, like we spoke about. The first kind of reveal shot of O'Hara looking at the destroyed house is beautiful. It's so traumatic. You see her face change, and it's this amazing performance by Vivien Leigh. And she enters into the house, and you immediately get uncomfortable. There's this underlying tension, and something is off, but they're just not telling her, and the slaves in the house are just not speaking up and telling her what's wrong. And then she kind of they point into a room basically, and she walks in, and it's kind of disturbing. It's really disturbing imagery of her dead mom with a veil over her head, it's a straight out of a horror film, just laying on a flat table just in the corner of the room. And yeah, it's really heartbreaking. It's from a filmic standpoint, it didn't really affect me too much because we really barely know anything about her mom. And, Mammy has been kind of the motherly figure throughout this film. So I don't really have direct attachments to her, but it's more seeing Scarlett's reaction and seeing her, and you really feel for her, and you see just how destroyed, this is her home. She loves it so much, and it's just completely obliterated. And I mean, the production design is so well done. And yeah, she's almost a different person by this point.
Yeah, so she's been completely broken down. So the beginning of the film, we have this 16-year-old Scarlett O'Hara who loves life. She's living the best life she can. She's living on her plantation with her mother, her father, her sisters, and their slaves, and everything's just a great old time. She thinks she's going to marry Ashley. Then the first straw that's going to start to break the camel's back is, oh, Ashley's not going to marry you. Oh, okay, fine, I'm not going to marry Ashley. And even though I'm still going to try and get him. And then she has to live through the whole war and all that comes with it, becoming a widow at first, having to deal with the burning of Atlanta, which is probably huge trauma. There's so much that she had to witness, having to work in those hospitals to care for the soldiers. So she's been put through the ringer. And I think that this monologue, it's so interesting because I don't think she's a religious person at all. And she uses the line, "As God is my witness." So she's not saying, "Hey, God, with God, I'm going to do this." No, as God is my witness, I'm going to steal, I'm going to cheat, I'm going to kill, I'm going to do what I can to survive. Because that's what she's now learned, is that she learned that she has to fend for herself. She has to be a different person. She has to be the breaking the mold of what a woman has to be is completely broken for her. She has to take charge. She has to take charge of Tara. Her father's not going to be there for her. Any of the men that she thought would be there for her have not been. It's all been her. Which is empowering. It's huge. It's powerful. It is so powerful to see a woman at this time do it. And even now, it's great because there's so much for them to sink into. So this whole like religious aspect, she's not a religious person. At the beginning of the film, her family's praying and she's not even praying. She's just talking about wanting to get Ashley. And so she's using this, and it's just such a beautiful sequence, and it ends the first half on this huge note, and it's really good.
Let me ask you this. So we haven't really spoken too much about Scarlett's monologues, but she does have like multiple monologues throughout this film, and this is probably the most prominent and memorable one because it's her, vowing to succeed and overcome, and it's really emotional and powerful, and it's probably my favorite like just spoken monologue. It's something we have to acknowledge that it's like so unnatural for someone in like a great time of trauma to just like speak up and fist up in the air, and like it's so melodramatic and intense, but it really works in this moment in particular just because she's like broken. Like she officially meets her end. I found it a little odd that she kind of eats the carrot, but it makes perfect sense because she's literally like so hungry. They don't even tell you this.
It's
but
been like
clear.
2 or 3 days since she probably had
it's clear that
meal.
she's like probably barely eaten the past couple of days on this journey, and she's just like, I'm will literally eat this dirty ass carrot. Like I don't even care. Like as long as my family can eat and like Tara's back to where it was, like it'll be my success. But Ben, I want to hear your thoughts on some of the earlier monologues. Like for instance, when Ashley leaves after going back to war, like she gives this like big monologue about how like Ashley will still be mine, and like I just rolled my eyes at a lot of those other monologues.
I think to me the easiest way to explain all of that is that it's inner monologue, probably from the novel and the book. And the book, so that's the best explanation I can probably give for it. It is odd. It's also just like that time, like that was just the style of that. We're just going to give exposition. We're just going to give exactly what we're thinking, what that character is supposed to be thinking and feeling. We're just going to outwardly say it. And I like it at certain times. I think it works well for this movie, though, in particular because you get such a good insight into Scarlett and really knowing her as a character. And, again, it's based off of a novel. And it was such a well-loved novel. We haven't even talked about.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that because the novel is so renownedly famous, and even Clark Gable was like so nervous at playing Rhett because people loved Rhett, and he just didn't want to let people down to this kind of image that they had in his head. And I think that's how a lot of people felt. Like Vivien Leigh was a British actress, and she was not really the main person that was chosen for this film. She kind of like became the lead at the very end of casting, and they found her and they kind of brought her over. And even the author of the book was just kind of annoyed in a way that she was not American, that she wasn't from the South, that they're bringing a British actress to come over here and play someone who's a Southerner. And I wanted to talk about quickly a little bit about fan service in that way, where there's so many people that love this book that they want those aspects, and they're probably like hearing the inner monologue of Scarlett, and they also want to hear that. So in this filmic kind of moment in time, we're still not as like maybe as subtle as what we're used to nowadays, so we kind of have to use this and translate that into dialogue and kind of profess, but in a way that's like early like fan service. In a way, fan service for people that love this book and really love these characters. It's fan service to give them aspects from the book just directly to film. So I think it's kind of passable in the way you can kind of get behind that. And I want to go on a little bit of a tangent related to fan service because to me, I really don't think this is even really one movie. I mean, it is one film. It's labeled as one movie that's 4 hours long. But to me, this is really just two movies put together. And it's two movies about the same character. And I think you could have easily had this been like a two-parter movie. And it reminds me most recently, even though it's so drastically different, with Infinity War and Endgame, where that could have been a 4-hour movie. It wasn't, because they made way more money by splitting it into two, and that really wasn't like a thought back in 1938 while they were making this film. It wasn't like a thought to like, oh, we'll make more money. It's like that's kind of like an unfinished product in a way, even though I think there's two drastically different stories, they both have Scarlett has an arc between the first half and the second half, and I really think you could break these into two different movies and enjoy them either in a separate sitting or just kind of enjoy them as part one and part two.
Yeah, well, I actually did that last night and this morning. So, so it totally is. It's such a big deal. No one thought that this was really a filmable thing. Selznick took a huge risk, which is kind of what happens with Lord of the Rings 50 years later. But that'll be for a different episode. So the novel was originally released in 1936. It supposedly took Margaret Mitchell 10 years to write the whole thing. And Selznick bought the rights for the film for $50,000 in July of 1936. So only a month later, after its release, did he buy it. And the $50,000 was a huge deal back then. That was extraordinary for a new novel, but it was an instant success. It reached gross prices of $1 million within that same year. And then when the film was released, there were around 1.5 million copies already sold of the book. And it won the Pulitzer Prize for fiction in 1937, which we said in our previous episode of Worthy that is one of the films to win the Pulitzer and be a Best Picture winner, the first being You Can't Take It With You the year before. So the novel was huge and it was very well known. The casting of Scarlett, this is also from AFI. There was, I think it was over 1,400 women who were cast for Scarlett. Let me read off the list that AFI has as the list of big name actresses who were considered. You had Jean Arthur, Diana Barrymore, Joan Bennett, Margaret Churchill, Claudette Colbert, Joan Crawford, Betty Davis, Frances D., Ellen Drew, using the name Terry Ray at that time, Irene Dunn, Jean Harlow, Katharine Hepburn, Marion Hopkins, Carol Lombard, Suzanne Hayward, under her real name Edith Mariner, Boots Mallory, Joanne Sayers, Norma Shear, Margaret Sullivan, Margaret Talichet, Lana Turner, Claire Trevor, Arlene Whelan, and Loretta Young were all considered, along with Vivien Leigh, along with thousands of other women, for this role. It would have Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable combination would have been fucking fantastic. Joan Crawford probably would have killed this role, but we end up with Vivien Leigh, and I'm not saying that like, oh, we end up with Vivien Leigh. Vivien Leigh is I want to talk about her when we talk about the Oscars, more about her personal life, but she had a very tragic life. But to kind of talk about this now, this is the longest performance by any actor, any person to win a lead award at the Oscars. Her performance, did you read my note on this? Do you know the number? If you had to guess, how long do you think Scarlett O'Hara was on screen for the total runtime?
Screen time.
Yeah. If you just had to guess.
I would say 3 hours and 20 minutes?
No, it's actually less than that. But 2 hours and 23 minutes and 32 seconds is the supposed number. Whoever has stopwatched that, congrats, kudos to you for giving us that number. But yeah, so she was on screen for 2 hours and 23 minutes of the film. So I guess you can kind of wonder, well, how the hell is there another hour and a half of stuff that she wasn't in? It's just stuff that fills up the screen. It just happens over time. So she has the longest performance, and she's only one of two people, and both of them are actresses, to win an Oscar for a performance of 2 hours plus, and the other being Barbra Streisand in Funny Girl in 1968. She won at 41st Academy Awards. And Leigh also has the 6th longest performance for anyone for her 2nd Academy Award for A Streetcar Named Desire at 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 4 seconds. It is truly remarkable, both of those performances. Have you ever seen A Streetcar Named Desire?
No.
Oh my God. That's another amazing film that I would love to talk about, but did not win Best Picture. And so for her to give, so she actually gave a 4-hour performances to win 2 Oscars in total. And it's remarkable, and it's so cool, and it's just something to really think about that she had to carry this film. So this first half, this is all her. It's all on Scarlett's shoulders. She has to do everything she can, Vivien Leigh's power, to give this great performance, which I think she does, and we can talk about that when we finish talking about the film in its entirety. But after this first half, I'm actually really impressed, and I'm more impressed the second time, and was even more impressed the third time watching the first half, and I thought she really did a great job.
Yeah, wrapping up the first half here, I think it's something that we haven't really addressed, but this is the first film that just has a woman as the lead character, and it's a film that like actually wants to dive deep into a female's perspective. Like every film so far is, you know, you maybe have like You Can't Take It With You, or you have a lot of female characters, and some of them are kind of the leadish characters. You have other films that, you know, that have some prominent side characters, but there's not been like a single film so far that won Best Picture that really is just this dominant female lead where they give so much time, and it's the most complex character that we've probably seen so far on film. Obviously you have the extremely long runtime to kind of make that more likely and just give more screen time to kind of break her character down, but I think it just is, we have to note just how significant this is, and the fact that it will go on and win so many awards is really significant to just the industry and giving women more perspective. And I know a lot of people, while this movie was being made, they kind of looked at it as like a quote unquote like woman's film, because it's about like a bromance and how like there's so much women, and it's about like really fancy dresses and beautiful like artistic locations. So you could see at the time in the industry, probably the producers and some people in the reporting and kind of the news industry for film, that they were still kind of looking down at films that really focused on women. But this is a really significant film, and I think it's just notable of just how much time they really give her to shine on screen.
So that's the end of the first half of Gone with the Wind. We recorded for a pretty long time talking about this movie, and we just felt for our listeners it might just be easier for you guys to hear this in two parts. So stay tuned for when the second half of this movie and this podcast is going to be released. Thanks for listening to the first half of Worthy on Gone with the Wind. So probably the best place to start with starting out the second half of the film is actually to talk about some of the behind the scenes. And so we talked about in the first half how there have been multiple directors. So at this point, at least in the second half of the film, is mostly Victor Fleming. Victor Fleming, he has like this like exhaustion period, and he sort of I supposedly he fainted. I don't know like what really happened, but he left production for almost a month. And a little bit of background to that, Victor Fleming had just finished his part on the production of Wizard of Oz. So you had the Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind happening at the same time. Wizard of Oz had its own director carousel. George Cukor was one of the people who kind of helped to work on the visual style of it. But Fleming, he was the main director in Wizard of Oz, becomes the main director of Gone with the Wind. He stops for like a month, and Sam Woods takes over and does about 3 weeks of production. And we don't know exactly how much creative say he had into that, but we know at least the second half of the film was a mixture of Fleming and Wood's direction. And we also have multiple writers on this film. So the main writer who is credited for the whole entire film is Sidney Howard. But Sidney Howard had died. He had died in a tragic accident, in a tractor accident on his farm. And legendary screenwriter Ben Hecht came in to give significant contributions to the story and development of the dialogue. Again, this was Selznick playing his hand of, I'm the producer. I can do what I want. I can make these changes how I want. And at the end of the result, we don't know. We don't know like who did what who wrote what. We kind of know. People think that Ben Hecht is the guy or the one responsible for all the different title cards for that opening title card sequence, and added it more floweriness to the film. But also he said that Sidney Howard's original script and ideas were good enough, and there wasn't really much to change. So and also Selznick would hire multiple people almost daily to write and fix dialogue here and there. So it's not a foreign thing. It happened on Lord of the Rings. I know that specifically, where lines get changed. I know there are shows like The Sopranos where they constantly change lines, day to day. So this isn't a new thing to the world of cinema, but it's pretty significant that you have 3 directors, multiple writers. I don't know the amount of writers because no one really knows, but at least Sidney Howard and Ben Hecht were the main contributors to the screenplay.
Yeah, we see that like overlord producer style where just everything is really controlled by Selznick and how much he really wants to just envision this film to be perfect in the way that he envisions it. And it's so sad that Sidney Howard died in such like a weird, tragic accident, and he never actually got to see this work that he really, it seems like he created the core of what the screenplay ended up being. And to not be able to kind of see this 3-hour this 3-year kind of production and how long it took to make this film and not being able to actually see the final results is really heartbreaking. So definitely have to give a shout out to Sidney Howard for really kind of breaking this script down and taking such a long book as well. We haven't really talked about like this book is like Bible length as well. It's huge. And then breaking it down into a film, while it's a lengthy film, it's digestible still, I think, and it's a coherent and really complex story.
This has been called the American Bible, this movie and the novel itself. And I have this note about the directors from AFI. They break it down statistically. So they say in statistical report notes that the 3 principal directors, Cukor worked for 18 days, Fleming for 93, and Sam Wood for 24 days. And as of July 1st of 1939, that was the end of principal photography. Fleming continued with retakes and pickups throughout the rest of the year, and the final shot was done on November 11th of 1939. And they actually filmed the premiere in December of 1939. So they turned all of that around in less than a year to give this film. So let's jump right into the second half of the film after giving some more background context, because it's really important to understand that none of this just happened in a vacuum. This movie just didn't appear out of Selznick's ass, although it kind of did, if you want to think of it that way. But it came with a lot of stress, frustrating moments, a lot of creative differences, and it worked. It worked really well. So the second half starts. As the O'Haras work in the cotton field, Scarlett's father attempts to chase away a carpetbagger from his land, but is thrown from his horse and killed.
So we haven't talked too much about her father, and it's really because he, again, just like her mother, is not really prominent in the film and in the story.
A little bit more prominent than
the mother, yes.
And he's
definitely
played by Thomas Mitchell.
And I don't know. There's something about horses and people falling off horses, and these scenes that are supposed to be very traumatic, I just kind of find goofy and silly. I don't know if it's because it's like a dummy that's kind of thrown off the horse, and it's very easy to tell that it's kind of all faked, and it's supposed to be very traumatic and intense. And I could see from Scarlett's point of view, I mean, it's disturbing. You see your father die, and I was just kind of goofy to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, he kind of becomes goofy in this beginning of the second half. He chases the guy off, and I guess it's supposed to be heroic, but then it
doesn't feel like it. It feels like he just like fucks up on the horse and just dies.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of comical to me because of how fast it plays out.
Yeah, definitely, and and also the synopsis it glosses over probably the biggest thing that happens at the beginning of the second half, and that's this encounter with a Yankee. They always refer to the Northerners as Yankees, and as a Mets fan, I hate the Yankees, so I hate being called a Yankee. But so this Yankee who's also trying to loot everything. So he's like, they make a big emphasis that carpetbaggers are like these awful people that are coming to like pillage and take all people belongings from everyone in the South. So this Northern soldier comes in, and Scarlett encounters him, and Scarlett gets a gun. She has a gun from that Red gave her at the end of the first half. And the Yankee's like, come here. Like, what do you have? And and Scarlett's on the stairs, and he's walking up the stairs, and Scarlett shoots him in the face, it's pretty graphic because it's like a big cloud of black smoke, but it's very quick cuts. So you see a big cloud of black smoke in this guy's face, and all of a sudden you see blood all over his face as he's falling down the stairs. So for 1939, that was very visually graphic and very, like, oh my God, that was...
Especially seeing red blood on screen.
Yeah,
too.
Again, you get to see red blood for the first time. Well, maybe not the first time, I don't know. But
but for most audiences for how popular this film is.
Yeah. So it's pretty in your face, and immediately Melanie, who's at Tara, she's resting up, and this is probably like a week later after they got back. Melanie is still recovering from giving birth, so she's like, she has this sword in her hand, and she's happy. She's glad that Scarlett killed this Yankee, and then in comes a very hilarious thing where they have to get rid of the body because they don't want to tell Scarlett's family. There's only 5 other people. It's Scarlett's dad, Scarlett's 2 sisters, and then 6 people, and then the 3 house servants, Mammy, Pork, and Prissy. And I guess they would rather, Melanie and Scarlett felt they shouldn't tell them that they should just try and drag this body away on their own.
Yeah, I guess just avoid just getting into it and not having to deal with it, and Scarlett killing someone. I mean, that's pretty intense. But also there's more of like a nuance here where it's not just a Yankee, but it's like a runaway Yankee is kind of what they say. And they make it allude that he's not only trying to like rob houses around the South, but they almost kind of, I don't know if they directly say it, but they allude that like there's men like him that just are going around trying to like rape women that like are not being protected around like Southern homes. So I think it gives more of like an understanding of why Scarlett would just be ready to like shoot this man in the face like immediately, because he would probably kill them or rape both of the women, because all the men and the people that may be like stronger armed to protect her may be all outside. So yeah, there's a little bit more, but to me, this is why I love the second half so much, because I was just like, holy shit, like Scarlett is fucking badass now. Like she's taking a stance and she's like saying exactly what she wants, and not in like a whiny like, oh, I need Ashley, which we'll get back to. We'll definitely have that. But she's just a more confident, like guns blazing, just ready to go character. And she just feels more realized at this point. And even before this scene, we have her working with like her sisters on the cotton field, and her sisters are like complaining. They're like, I don't want to do this. Like, this sucks. And she slaps her sister and it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, no, like we need to do this. Yeah, they're complaining that they have to actually work in the fields, and they have to live the life of the people they've been enslaving for hundreds of years. So, you know, cry me a fucking river. Miss Sue Ellen O'Hara, which the worst sister. So she's crying and complaining, and she says, I hate Tara, and Scarlett slaps her. And so you have this scene now where they're trying to hide this body. Melanie is too weak to really help, and so Scarlett and they start realizing that as they drag the body that there's the trail of blood. So Scarlett's like, give me your nightgown. So they make Melanie stripped down, and they don't really show much of her body, but there's a quick little glance potentially of the side of her, and so she's naked in this house while Scarlett is putting the nightgown around the guy's head so it won't bleed as much, and they get rid of the body, and they don't really show that. So it's a funny sequence because it's so out of left field, and you have these 2 women who are just like, oh fuck, we killed this guy and we got to do something about it. So the story moves on. So with the defeat of the Confederacy, Ashley also returns, but finds he is of little help with Tara. When Scarlett begs him to run away with her, he confesses his desire for her and kisses her passionately, but says he cannot leave Melanie. Unable to pay the reconstruction his taxes imposed on Tara, Scarlett dupes her younger sister Sue Ellen's fiance, the middle-aged and wealthy general store owner Frank Kennedy, into marrying her by saying Sue Ellen got tired of waiting and married another suitor. Let's take a pause and go a little bit back. So Ashley comes back, and it's again this like beautiful sequence where Mammy, Melanie, and Scarlett are all standing outside Tara after you see them helping soldiers. Mammy's washing their clothes. Melanie's giving them food. Melanie's baby Beau is interacting with the soldiers, which is a kind of a cute and heartwarming moment if this wasn't about the Confederacy. And so they see this guy in the distance running onto the Tara's ground, and they're kind of like, oh, well, it could be another straggler. And then all of a sudden Melanie gets wide-eyed, and she's like, oh my God, that's Ashley. And she runs after, and they embrace it. It's this beautiful moment. I'm crying again because it's such a beautiful moment to see Melanie and Ashley embrace. And Scarlett tries to go run after to go and say hi to Ashley herself, because she's as equally happy, as equally emotional with his return. And Mammy
being the foil to Scarlett and the voice of reason, says to her in the most calming way, he's her husband. And it hits Scarlett like a ton of bricks that I don't get to have this moment right now. It's not my husband who's coming back, whether it would be Ashley or another guy, whatnot. But it's this moment again where she's just left in the dust because of Ashley, because of her inability to let go, because of her inability to truly just be fine with the fact she's not going to get what she wants for the first time in life. And even though now her character sort of changes and she has been able to break out of that mold, she still falls into Ashley's pitfall that she's created for herself also. And she has to hear Mammy tell her that he's not my husband. I don't get to do anything about it, which then leads to the next kind of sequence of another Scarlett, Ashley, I love you, but I don't love you. And this is probably one of the more intense ones because Ashley kind of says to her, yeah, I do love you, but I can't do that to Melanie. I can't leave her.
Yeah, it's I think around this moment, me personally, they don't really say it directly, but I think either Melanie knows at this point that Scarlett has a thing for Ashley, or
she's always known.
You think she's always known? Because I don't think so.
I think she's always known, and I think that she's always and that's the issue with Melanie that I have, is that she's so naive and so forgivable to a fault where she thinks that everything Scarlett is doing is out of sincerity and out of being nice and because she just wants to help, and she just can't see that. And I think that's Melanie's fault, because there are several women who see Scarlett doing this shit and hate it and try to say something to Melanie about it, and she's very like, nah, she's fine, Scarlett's fine, Scarlett would never do that. And she's naive, she's forgiving. I don't know like what really drives her to feel that way, but I think she knows the whole time.
I think it's more so that Melanie's been through so much shit, and Scarlett like actually has been there for her. I mean, with Ashley leaving, they were together for each other, and like when Charles died, like Melanie was there for Scarlett, and they've just kind of
it was her brother.
Yes, yeah, but they've been through like the ringer together, and they've had a lot of time to really just get to know each other and become good friends. And you don't really see that much from Scarlett's point of view, but I do feel like that Melanie doesn't really understand what's going on, and I think it's later on where Melanie realizes that like she's so still in love with her. Like maybe Melanie's like, oh, it's probably over by now, but I don't know. The way I read it, it's that Melanie doesn't really notice it yet per se, because we get later on in the film where there's like more of a setup confrontation where you think it's going to lead to one. But even then, blowout, she was. Yeah, but that is, I think, specific. But we'll get to that. I don't want to.
Yeah, I just think that with the amount of people who knew it at the beginning of the film, Rhett knows it. He overhears it. If Melanie doesn't know, then there's something mentally wrong with her, where she's just that stupid and naive. But I don't think she is. I think she's naive, and I think that she knows, and I think she's just choosing to believe that it's just not happening, because that's, as a woman, you don't believe your husband would ever do that to you, and that women would just respect each other in that time, and which is her own fault, and that's society's fault. So you have this whole impassioned sequence and scene between Ashley and Scarlett, where Ashley again is leading her on, but isn't leading her on, and he's also talking about how he wants to go up north because the whole society that they know of has completely gone. And he says what happens to civilizations when they break up. So he's saying there's no place in this world for me as a white man. I can't do anything, so I'm going to flee up north and just hide inside the still privileged white life that it's still today in 2021 of white men in North and in this country. And I'm just going to blend in and just become a banker.
Bye.
What?
I just said bye.
Yeah, bye.
He's just like, oh wow, your farm's destroyed. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Ta-ta. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later. You deal with it on your own. There's just no place for me left in the South because we can't do slavery anymore.
Well, I want to talk about his performance, Leslie Howard as Ashley Wilkes, and I found him not only kind of charming. Obviously, we have this kind of like frustrating relationship where he is definitely in love with Scarlett, and he like kind of finally admits his feelings to her, but like tells her it's never going to happen. We have a whole family. Like there's no way I'm ever going to break that apart. And I do find his performance kind of endearing in that way. He has some more moments down the line that I think are really impactful. But what did you think of Leslie Howard's performance as Ashley Wilkes?
I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's a good performance overall. I think I'm more just frustrated with the character itself.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
I really am frustrated by it because it's such a toxic. It just love and romance is a toxic thing in this movie. There's nothing that's actually pure and romantic. It's the dark side of romance. It's really despicable what he does, and he just leads Scarlett on so many times and gives her that false hope, and that's what drives her, and that's what makes many of the decisions that she makes later on in the film, which comes to bite her in the ass, is because she still holds out some kind of hope that Ashley is going to be there for her. So I guess you can say Leslie Howard gave a great performance. It's odd because it's a British actor playing a Southerner, and he doesn't cover up his accent, I think, too well.
Yeah, not all the way. I found it interesting. They spoke about him in the documentary a little bit, and specifically how he was 46 and how he was so much older than all the other women in the film.
He looks older.
He definitely looks older, but you can tell that they just like lathered him with makeup. And behind the scenes, Selznick kept seeing him, and he kept being like, more makeup, like give him more eyeliner, like give him all these things. And now this is also something we haven't really spoken about, is that this film is so preserved. It's like preserved perfectly. There's like barely any scratches on this film, and we watched the HBO Max, which is like the newest restored version. I'm not sure when they restored it, but it's like so picture perfect and like in perfect quality, and there's barely any scratches or like any kind of marks on the film, so you can see like Leslie Howard's makeup, and it's like so clear that he's wearing like eyeliner and like he has makeup all over his cheeks. And there's some other aspects about that with makeup that you kind of they're more revealed, I think, by just how high quality this print is now of the film. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because I found it really interesting that he was so much older than all the other women.
Yeah, it's something to think about for Ashley, but at the same time, it's just disturbing. It's disturbing how he just leads her on. He refuses to really put his foot down to Scarlett about it, even though he says to her like, I don't love you, but then he still embraces her, kisses her on the cheek. They still have multiple kisses throughout the film on the lips, and it's toxic, and it hurts Scarlett greatly. Yeah,
it feels kind of like lustful for me, like both of them. I mean, Scarlett, she's just so naive. Like it feels like her character is just wanting what she doesn't have, and if she can't have it, then like she wants it even more. And I think that's kind of a realistic and really complex themes and character perspective that we don't really see very often, because it can be kind of quite frustrating having that. And one of the biggest issues of the film for me is really their relationship, and really just why she likes Ashley so much. It's never defined why. It's just I do love him. I'm obsessed with him. We need to be together, but it's not why. It's not because he's a strong man, because he's like a hard worker. She never names like any aspect of him, and that to me is like the biggest issue of the film, because we're just jumping off. The opening scene is just like, oh no, he's getting married to someone else, Melanie? Like, no, that can't be right. But it's like, you need to establish why you love him so much. If the whole film is going to be about just me absolutely being obsessed with Ashley, like you need to establish why she loves him so much. And I just don't think they ever put in that work and to establish that at all.
Yeah, I really just think that's just all chalked up to that she's the girl next door, they're neighbors, they grew up together, and you know,
that's not good enough.
I know it's not good enough for you, but for 1939 on something that everyone knew the story, everyone,
I don't think it makes sense.
It doesn't. No, you're right.
I think it's like the biggest issue of this entire film.
Yeah,
honestly,
you're right. It doesn't make any sense, but it's easily chalked up to that it was this part of the times, but it's also unfortunate that was the way of the times, because they could have expanded upon it. But I don't even know what that would even really look like, that they needed a scene to be like, oh well, he we had this like moment as a child? Is like that something you would be looking for, or is it just?
It could be aspects of that, but then you're including like flashbacks, and that gets kind of complicated. But even more so, just like, why does she love him so much? She never really
because
says
she doesn't
why.
know it. She doesn't know any better. That's the whole.
Yeah, but at this point, like that doesn't work anymore.
But
she's like a new Scarlett. She shouldn't be so obsessed with him anymore.
Yeah, she's new, but she's also been hurt by, I guess, all the other, like she already lost one husband. The other guy, Rhett, who is like infatuated with her, but not really, like left her in the dust. And so she's kind of forgotten about him at this point. And so I guess because Ashley had just returned, she's so emotional about that. She's still in love with him. She's 17 now. She's probably about, ready to turn 18. She just doesn't know any better. I'm not going to fault her for that. But I'm just going to fault her for the fact that she's still trying and still lying in the face to Melanie. She's still being this awful two-faced person to her. And after Melanie gives her so much love and praise throughout it's just, it's complicated. And, my girlfriend can probably tell you that that I don't understand emotions too well and I can't explain relationships, but it's very odd. It's a toxic relationship, and it's also a product of the time.
So you said she was 17, so I was like, oh, maybe that kind of more explains it. But then I was like, no, it's at the end of the Civil War, which is 4 years later, so she should be 20 by this point, right?
Oh yeah, well,
so she should be more mature. So that's like my biggest issue with this movie is that like she is more mature in all these other aspects, but she still just acts like a child when it comes to Ashley.
So this whole scene ends with, again, this whole emphasis on land. And Ashley takes dirt from the ground and puts it in Scarlett's hands. Like, you will always have this land. You'll always have Tara. So again, this whole emphasis that land is the thing that lasts, that Tara is the thing that Scarlett should be focused on, and not a guy, but that this land is hers. And I think that's a powerful thing too, because for most of the time of that period, land wasn't a thing that women were encouraged to take upon themselves. It was mostly men. So this is another mold that's being broken, and which is good, but it's just something of note just to remember that Tara is something that has to be important to Scarlett, because emphasized by the men in her life.
And she has to break that mold, just like you were saying, which is now another obstacle. It's not just about repairing what's been broken on the farm, making sure the land is back to snuff and making sure the crops are growing, but now she has this reconstitutional like taxes that are kind of imposed on all of them. Yeah,
so we're in this Reconstructionist era. Taxes are imposed on Tara. They have to pay $300 in taxes, which $300 back then was this large amount. And so Scarlett has to devise a plan to get this money. So her first thing she tries to do is she goes to Atlanta with Mammy, and she tries to get Rhett to give her the money. And a funny thing that happens is, as she's telling Mammy she's going to do this, she's like, oh, but I don't have a dress. And so she takes her mother's curtains from the house. And Mammy is just like, you can't take those curtains. You can't make a dress. And Scarlett, to her credit, is like, I'm in charge of Tara now. They're my curtains, and I'm going to make a dress out of them.
Beautiful emerald green, just like out of Wizard of Oz.
So this is where I want to first talk about like the color green, because the color green pops up a lot. And I know I said Scarlett was like a spider, but I also think she could be a snake in the grass. So because of the way she kind of works her way in, so she wears green a few times. She wears green at the barbecue at 12 Oaks at the beginning. When she sees Rhett in this jail, she gets a green hat from Rhett when he returns from Europe, and that's actually in the first half of the movie that happens. So green becomes this color, even though you would think, oh, scarlet, red, and there's not much red in the second half of the film, and especially not in Scarlett. It happens a few times, and I think it's purposeful.
A very specific scene where she does wear red.
Yeah, so red is gone, but green is this very dominant color, and that could be a Technicolor thing, because green really popped out because of Technicolor film and all that. So I don't know. I just think that I don't know if there's really anything specific to really take away from it, but the green to me says a lot about Scarlett, and it reminds me of that snake in the grass, just biding its time, waiting to attack and do this thing. So what she does is very snake-like. So she gets her way. So she gets to Atlanta. Rhett is in a jail. he was captured, I guess, by Northerners, and it's fucking hilarious because he's just playing cards with them,
with the people that have imprisoned him.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, but
Rhett's the best.
Yeah, Rhett's awesome. We love Rhett. So they're giving, so he's gambling his money away. We don't know how much Rhett has, but he's like, oh, $340 I lost on this game of poker. Okay, take it to my debt. So he clearly still has the money. So they get to him in jail. The guy's like, oh, there's this girl and her mammy outside, and Rhett's like, oh yeah, I need to see her. And Scarlett tells him that he's her sister, and they're like, well, how many sisters do you have? And he's like, this one I really want to see though. So this isn't the first time a woman has come to the jail to see Rhett Butler, this suave guy that he is. So Scarlett comes in, and you can just see she's starting to wrap that web around him, trying to be that snake or that spider, whichever one you want to use, and try to be like, oh, Rhett, Tara is doing great, but we need some money. Can you give us some money, Rhett? Like, we really need this. And he sees through this a little bit. He kind of catches on pretty quickly. But what really is the tipping point from him is he's holding her hands, and he looks, and Scarlett's hands are completely beat up from working in the fields. And there's a callback because at the beginning of the second half, her sisters are like, oh, mother always said you can tell how ladylike a woman was by her hands, and all their hands were destroyed from working in the fields. So Rhett is like, yeah, okay, you need my money. And he kind of tries to tell her that he'll marry her if she'll just wait for him to get out of jail, which Scarlett is like, no way. And Rhett says, you're not worth $300. You'll never mean anything but misery to any man, which is very true at the end of the film, is she's just a miserable being.
So there's a lot in this scene, and this is really why I love the second half so much, is because of Scarlett. We have this kind of change where she does make that dress out of the curtains, and it's because she's putting on a show. And it's why I love Vivien Leigh's performance, and why I love Scarlett O'Hara as a character now, is that she's essentially playing herself. She's like playing the same person that Rhett met originally, that naive girl who's just like, oh, this cute little girl, like she doesn't know any better, and she's doing it so well. It's like you could see how much she's changed in her performance by the way she's reversing and portraying this new aspect of her, but it's just like replicating the way she used to be. And she's trying to fool she's trying to fool Rhett, and it's kind of like this cute little scene back and forth. And the way you said that they kind of reveal that it's in her hands, it's really powerful, because that's such an interesting way to kind of reveal someone's lying and to kind of show that she's actually working in the fields and is really just kind of maintaining the land, and she's not really wealthy and rich and just checking up on Rhett. She's there for money and just to use him more, and that's just how much and how kind of mischievous she's kind of gotten, that she's like, she'll go and do whatever it takes to win, and to do whatever it takes to save Tara. And it's just super interesting. And this is such a complex scene, and it's funny with like the playing cards and how he's in prison, but like they love him and he's not in prison, probably because he's a northerner and he's rich and he's probably paid off all these guys. And there's so much to unpack, and there's this little scene here, and it's why I really love the second half, is moments like these.
Yeah, it's certainly a great scene. It was one of the scenes that I really wanted to talk about, because at a certain level you have two great actors going back and forth, and the chemistry is really great between Leigh and Gable. They really did a great job working and bouncing off of each other. And it's just one of those scenes that really stands out in the beginning of the second half, because it's one of those ways that Scarlett tries to become her own person and try to make her way, but she fails with Rhett. But her next victim is just around the corner. So her and Mammy go out. They're like, oh fuck, like we're not gonna get we're not gonna get the money from Rhett. And actually at that same moment, another girl comes up to the jail wanting to come see Rhett. So this is just this thing that just keeps on happening. And
Scarlett sees it's like another reason why she's like, fuck this guy. Like I just wanted money from him. Like he's just a misogynist who just wants to fuck as many women as possible.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that woman has some red in her dress. So again, the red is going to some people that maybe not as favorable in this culture and time. But yeah, so she meets and runs into Frank Kennedy, and Frank Kennedy is a guy that we had seen a little bit earlier in the beginning of the second half. He was one of the soldiers that came back that Mammy was demanding clothes from to wash in the laundry, and he even asked Scarlett if Sue Ellen, Scarlett's sister, would marry him. So this is supposed to be one of those things. He's an older guy. They make him seem like he's supposed to be in his like 40s or a little bit older, but he doesn't look that way. You can tell, again, what you're saying about the makeup and the quality of the film being done up over the years. So you can just tell this guy is probably younger, but they put like white whiskers on him.
Yeah, I think it could also be the transition from black and white to color too.
Yeah.
There's that kind of like change of not only obviously cinematography and making sets that kind of work in color, but also even makeup. Like that's something that's very drastically different between black and white, and that's maybe probably more exaggerated in black and white to show off those things. That now that you're in color, it's just like, whoa, you just spray painted the guy's hair or sideburns white, and that's how he's 50 or 40.
Yeah, it's extremely weird. But so Scarlett sees this opportunity, and so Frank is showing her around the store, and she's sort of impressed, and she's starting to pick up on that. Oh, Frank's starting to make money. Frank has money. Frank does this. Frank has a lumber side business that isn't fully fleshed out, that she's like, well, I could take over this, and I could make this bigger and better and get more money. So the gears are turning. And so she says to Frank, will you come drop us off at my aunt's house in Atlanta? He says, sure. And as he's getting to the carriage, he starts asking about Sue Ellen. He's like, oh, I haven't heard from her in a while. How is she doing? And Scarlett does that snake in the grass and pounces. And she's like, oh, you haven't heard? Oh, Sue Ellen got engaged to another guy. And she fell in love with someone else, and Frank is just so distraught. And you also have Mammy in the same scene, and I mean, this is probably why they gave Hattie the fucking Oscar, because it's such a great facial reaction. You just see Mammy in the background, wide-eyed, going, "What the fuck is this girl doing right now?"
She's manipulative.
Yeah,
it's like changing the game. You brought up that a great reactionary moment, which is, to me, it was humorous. I don't know if that was the intention, but it was very like a funny, goofy face that she was making, reacting to it. But why do you think Scarlett wanted Mammy to come with her? It's almost like she wanted protection, but like
benefit of watching it today. Watching it today, so she's gonna go do it. She's like, I'm gonna go to Atlanta. Mammy is saying, well, who are you gonna go with? And Scarlett's like, I'll go alone. And Mammy's like, oh no, you're not going alone. And so that's why Mammy is there.
She just goes as like the motherly figure to watch out for her. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Exactly. And there's even a little sequence where Mammy and Scarlett are walking in Atlanta as it's completely taken over by Northerners. It's being built up. Mammy, for her, she's seeing all these black men walking around freely, dressed up as Northerners, which to her is a cultural shock which is so sad to think about. And yeah, so this whole sequence kind of ends with Scarlett saying this great line to Frank, may I put my hand in your pocket? Because she's saying, oh, I'm a little cold. So she's literally and figuratively putting her hand in his pocket to take his money and to give Tara, she wants Tara to survive. So she's doing whatever she can. And yeah, so it's a pretty great sequence. So they get home, and she tells her sisters, and this is actually one of the scenes where she is wearing red. She's wearing a red dress, and she tells everyone that she married Frank. Her sisters are so upset. They can't stand Scarlett, which to me at a certain point, I'm like, why can't you guys just go be like Scarlett and go marry your own men?
Yeah. Like, go do something. Stop complaining about picking cotton. Like, go live your life.
Yeah, like they just complain and they whine and bitch, and it's just like, you guys have the same ability to do whatever you want. Like, go do it. Like, Scarlett's doing this because you guys won't. So, so you see Scarlett in red. Melanie is consoling the sisters. Scarlett is talking to Ashley, and Ashley even says, I should have just robbed the money for the plantation, because he seems upset that Scarlett got married. So again, it's that toxicity relationship between them. And so now this new life of Scarlett has a second husband, and everything seems, I guess, to be going dandy. They build up this lumber mill. She gets Ashley to join in on the business. So she stops Ashley from going north with the help of Melanie also. So basically Ashley's like, well, I won't go. Scarlett says, you must come help me out. You have to. She starts crying, and Melanie walks in, and Melanie's like, oh, Scarlett, why are you upset? Why are you crying? And it's like hugging her. And there's this great shot where you see Scarlett's face, but no one else can see her face, and Scarlett is not crying. Scarlett has his eyebrows raised, listening to Melanie be like, you have to help Scarlett, Ashley. You have to go into business with Frank. You have to stay here in Atlanta. And Ashley's just like, I can't fucking win.
Yeah, he's just set up perfectly.
Yeah, so instead of it becoming like Kennedy, it's like Kennedy's General Store, it becomes Wilkes and Kennedy. So not even Kennedy. So immediately Scarlett's hand is like, yeah, Frank, you're not going to get the main billing on this. This is going to Ashley. And then this leads to one of a very disturbing sequence where they hire prisoners for labor to work at the lumber mill. And it becomes this wink, situation for Scarlett, with the foreman being like, yeah, we won't, like, you guys won't say anything. I'm not going to say anything. And we're just going to get all this lumber in. And Scarlett's like, okay, fine, washing my hands of it. And we're going to get all the lumber in. And Ashley both Frank and Ashley are kind of like, nah, like, you can't do this. Like, you shouldn't.
Taken aback by this.
Yeah. And so, but she's very firm with Frank. And Frank tries to be like, sugar, like, do this. And she says this great line, great balls of fire, don't bother me anymore, and don't call me sugar. And Frank leaves, and then Ashley is with her because he's also part of this business. And he says that he won't stand for mistreated workers, and he won't stand for this kind of labor. And he's like, that what they're going to do. They're going to torture all these workers. And Scarlett says he didn't mind he didn't feel that way when they had slaves. And Ashley replies, that was different. We didn't treat them that way.
She like implies directly like you had slaves, and he was saying like, oh, that was my dad. Like, once the war was over, I was going to give them all up. And they never really explain what happened to his property, because it sounds like he has a property that had slaves. And
it was 12 Oaks that was just destroyed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So it is just destroyed. Okay, so that does explain it. And this is a really interesting scene because you see Scarlett, just how low she'll go. And she's doing this not really because she believes in like slave labor, but more so she just wants the cheapest thing. She wants to make the most amount of money. It doesn't matter who's in her way, what it takes. She just wants to profit and become more successful and more independent, essentially.
Yeah, and she does a great job becoming independent in this like new way of life. She's running the store. Everyone knows that she's really the one in charge. And they make a mention that she even is riding her own horse and buggy. Throughout the town. So, which is probably was fucking astonishing for Atlanta to see a woman driving, but that was the sign of that time, which I'm glad it's gone. And so that leads to the next sequence of events. So Frank, Ashley, and Rhett and several other accomplices make a night raid on a shanty town after Scarlett is attacked while she was driving alone. And so in this whole scene, she's getting attacked by these, I don't even know what to call them. I guess they're
probably all runaway slaves, I would assume.
No, well, it was a mixture of that, but it wasn't. Oh no, it was a white guy and a black guy. So it was a mixture of carpetbaggers and ex-slaves and people who don't know where to go, and they're in the shanty town, and these two guys attack Scarlett, and Big Sam, who was one of the people who worked on Tara Plantation, just happened to be there, and he saves Scarlett and he gets her back, and Frank basically vows a vengeance on her, and everyone leaves. So this is actually one difference from the novel that I wanted to bring up, and that's because they dress as the Ku Klux Klan when they attack the shanty town in the novel.
Yeah, it's very different, and I learned a lot from the documentary because after Birth of a Nation and the kind of feedback, even back then, the feedback from that film was quite disturbing from black reporters, the black community, that were vocal about just how inaccurate and just glorifying of the KKK was throughout that film. So Selznick was kind of on a mission to at least correct it as much as possible, to give them as much of a voice on screen, even though it's not perfect, and it's clearly not perfect.
Yeah, I think it was also at that point that D.W. Griffith was starting to get criticized for Birth of a Nation, and he was basically thinking, I don't want to have that same fate, so he wanted to change it up, even though it doesn't do that successfully.
Yeah, maybe it's not, maybe he's doing it just for the image, maybe it's not what he believes, but it's odd because we have Big Sam, who's played by Everett Brown, who was like a field foreman, and we have a couple scenes, like she sees him at one point, I think in Atlanta, and they talk, and he just seems so happy to be fighting for the South, and while he's on screen and he has speaking lines, it's good representation, but it's kind of disturbing because they're like forcing this guy who then ends up showing clearly that the South does not give a shit about him. Like, he's living in this shanty town, like has no home. No one knows about him. He's just like stuck here. So it's clear that like the South doesn't really care for him, even though he seems so gung-ho to like save them and help them out. So it's kind of disturbing, this aspect. And yeah, knowing that it was supposed to be KKK originally, but it leads to a super compelling scene after.
Yeah, so it leads to this scene where they're all waiting at I think it's Melanie's house, and Scarlett doesn't know what's going on. She's still shell shocked that she was attacked and all that, and so they're all sitting inside knitting, and they hear a knock at the door, and it's Rhett, and Rhett is saying, "You gotta tell me where they are. They got, everyone's in danger. You gotta tell me where they are." And Melanie tells him what's going on, tells him where they are, and he leaves, and Scarlett's like, "What the fuck? What's going on?" And then they tell her that the men want to go essentially avenge her as the Ku Klux Klan, even though they don't show that in the movie, but they go to avenge her, and they just wait. And then northern soldiers come to the house, and they're saying, "We know there was a raid on the shanty town. We know that your husbands were involved. We know that they were a part of it, and where are they?" And they're playing dumb. They go, "We don't know where they are, blah, 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 blah." And then Rhett comes, and Rhett is holding what is, you presume, is a drunk Ashley. And then there's a drunk Dr. Meade as well. And so it's just the three of them come back, and they're all drunk, and supposedly, and they talk their way out of it with the northern soldiers. So it's this huge tense scene and moment, because you think that they're not going to get away with it, that the northern soldiers are going to get them. And then the northern soldiers know Rhett, and Rhett's like, "Come on, you guys got to believe us. We were drinking." And they're like, "No, we don't. Where were you?" And he's like, "I really don't want to say it." And they're like, "Well, you got to tell us." And he's like, "I don't want to say in front of their wives, but okay." And he says that they were at Belle Watling, and Belle Watling is, again, that in charge of the brothel and the whorehouse in Atlanta. And he's like, "You guys all know Belle yourself," because it's implied that Rhett probably took these northern soldiers there, and that was probably a way he got in and out of trouble throughout the few years of the Civil War with the Northerners. And so he's, he says, like, "You guys made all these, wives very upset with their husbands." And so the northern soldier is very apologetic. He's saying, "I'm sorry for exposing you guys like that." And then he leaves, and then it's revealed that Ashley, who had a jacket around him, was shot in the shoulder. And so he's bleeding out, and so then none of them are actually drunk, and they try to, they have to heal him and whatnot. And the scene ends with Scarlett holding Ashley's hand as he's in bed, and Rhett's right there. And Rhett asks her, "Don't you want to know where Frank is, your husband?" And she's like, "Oh, what? Was he at Belle Watling's too?" And he's like, "No, he's laying in a ditch in Shantytown dead."
Yeah. She doesn't really seem to care about him. She honestly forgets about him.
Oh, she completely forgets about him. She does not care about Frank. I mean, yeah, yes, for the money and stuff, but she's widowed again. This is the second husband that she's lost at the probably 20, 21 years old at this point. And again, Rhett sees her holding Ashley's hand, knowing that Scarlett was still in love with him.
It's very disturbing, because obviously Frank, he seemed kind of smitten over her. He liked her a lot, it seemed, and loved her and wanted to be a good husband to her, and gave her so much. And from the film's point of view, you don't even get to see his death or his heroic kind of trying to revenge her attack.
It probably wasn't heroic.
No, it probably wasn't.
He was probably shot immediately.
He probably just got killed immediately. But yeah, it's incredibly sad for his character, because he just kind of gets killed off screen. She forgets about him. She doesn't even really acknowledge him that much after that point, and he's just gone from the story from there.
Yeah, so Frank is dead. Scarlett is widowed again. And now Rhett makes his move.
Now Rhett sees the opportunity. It's time, Rhett.
Yeah, so Rhett makes his move, and he calls upon her while she's in mourning. She actually takes a swig of, I don't think it's mouthwash. I think it's cologne, because of her reaction to it. Because then she puts it on her neck and hands to make her smell good.
Because she was drinking. That's why.
Yeah, she was drinking, and then she starts to become a bigger drinker as the film goes on. And yeah, so Rhett comes in and calls upon her. And he proposes. He wants to marry her, and he says there are a few lines. He says, I'll tell you why, Scarlett, and to why he wants to marry her, because I'm the only man over 16 and under 60 who's around to show you a good time. Plays into more of Scarlett's, like, her not really having sex at that point. I think that's like a good implication of why I think she hasn't had sex yet, and why she's not a sexual character, and why a lot of the kissing in this movie is very weird and icky to her, because it's kind of her succumbing to the power of the men around her. And then so they kind of kiss with each other, and then Rhett is gonna kiss her again, but then he goes, no, I don't think I will kiss you, although you need kissing badly. That's what's wrong with you. You should be kissed, and often, and by someone who knows how. So again, playing to that whole sexuality thing, and if Scarlett has had sex or not, which plays an even bigger role. So so Rhett proposes to her, and another weird thing with color I just want to briefly mention is that the whole sky outside is yellow. Did you notice that? How yellow everything was outside of the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. So the one thing that I can think of off the top of my head to explain the stylistic choice is that Rhett and Scarlett are another toxic relationship, and it's the sign of the apocalypse that they're getting together.
Oh, interesting.
Like
okay.
It's apocalyptic. That's the only thing I can think of for why yellow was chosen.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think too much about it. I completely forgot about there even being color, like, shining through the window until you just said that. But, yeah, I don't know what that could be, other than it could just look really cool. It kind of reminds me of a lot of Hitchcock use of colors, just, like, lights blasting outside of windows, causing that, like, kind of emerald glow, like, in Vertigo I'm thinking of specifically. But, yeah, it's kind of intense because she still is kind of, like, rejecting him, and he's like, yeah, I'm kind of tired of you not wanting me, even though you seem like you do, but you don't. And
yeah, it's like they're gonna, like, okay, like, we're gonna get married, but do you really want to marry me?
Is
do
it
you
just
want me
for money?
Yeah,
because she kind of mentions how she's like, oh, you are really rich, right? Like, this would be pretty good for me. And she says it, like, to him, basically, too.
Yeah, he questions it to her too, and she sort of admits it that it would be nice, and yeah, so now they're together. They get married. It's the start of what becomes the big climax of the second half. Rhett and Scarlett have a daughter, whom Rhett names Bonnie Blue. Do you know what the name Bonnie Blue actually represents?
Yeah, it's Bonnie Blue is the original Confederate flag.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that until
doing some research.
It's
weird though, because, like, he was kind of on the South side, but he kind of wasn't. He was originally a Northerner. He didn't really care about the war, so that was weird to me why they would have that much significance over that.
I think it's more of the color blue. And so blue starts to get introduced in this. She's Bonnie Blue. She's this innocent child. Scarlett wears a few blue outfits. A few times she actually wears a blue outfit when she runs into Rhett again at the beginning of the second half. After Rhett is out of jail, the first time she runs into Rhett, she's wearing blue. So I don't know if that plays into this whole innocence, this idea of innocence. The skies are all completely red and yellowed, but a clear blue skies would signify maybe a good time. So that's what I think where maybe blue can represent. And so Bonnie Blue is this innocent figure. So they're married now. They go to New Orleans to have their honeymoon, and it seems like they live there for a little bit, but then Scarlett has some nightmares, and they go back to Tara. Again, this whole idea that land and the red earth of Tara being this thing of power for her, which is, like, I think another kind of Superman reference. Like, Superman gets all his power from the sun, the red sun, and Scarlett gets all of her power from the red earth of Tara. I'm not saying that Superman was influenced by Gone with the Wind, but I'm also not saying that. So Rhett and Scarlett have a daughter named Bonnie Blue. Scarlett still pines for Ashley and chagrined at the perceived ruin of her figure. She refuses to have any more children or share a bed with Rhett. So we get another scene where Mamie's putting on the corset on Scarlett, and Scarlett's disappointed that her waist size is still above 20 and not 18 inches. So this really awful body imaging is going on for her, and Mamie's just like, you had a child. You are an older woman. You're never going to get that figure back. And it's another kind of, last straw on the camel's back where Scarlett's like, all right, don't have to care about my body at this point.
She's becoming more vain as the story goes on. And she's just, she's still a little bit naive, but she's vain. She's like becoming obsessed with jewelry and fashion and just having more and more and just really becoming materialistic with her possessions. So after that moment, like, he's assuming that it's related to a kid, right? And they're like trying to talk, and he's trying to like make up with her, and they're arguing in front of her like big grand wardrobe. They're arguing together, right? And he's just like, he knows something's off and like why she's been acting so weird. And it's not until she was like staring longingly at this like little photo of Ashley that they had, and he like steps on it and finally realizes like, oh, that's why she's so upset, because she's not with Ashley still. Like, this bullshit is still a thing. Like, come on.
Yeah. Rhett thinks that it should be done and over with. But it's not.
Kid together, like, we should be moving past this. Like, you're not a kid anymore. We have a kid. Like, we have a family.
Yeah.
Like, we're beyond this. I gave you everything that I have.
Yeah, and Scarlett just doesn't really give a shit. A little backtrack here, though. Rhett is completely smitten with Bonnie. He says that she's the first thing that ever truly belonged to him. So maybe that kind of opens the door a little bit to maybe Rhett's past. So that's why maybe he's so rich because he worked really hard, because he came from a poor life that he never really got to have anything that was truly his. I don't know, because they also makes mention of a mammy, but it maybe pulls a little bit into the psyche of Rhett. But he loves Bonnie. He is anything that he can think of to give a baby girl, he's going to give it to her. Talks a lot about giving her a horse. She's in a horse carriage, always wearing blue. So he can, and I think Scarlett could give less of a shit. She even says, I'm the one who had the baby. You should be like, as if you should be the one smitten with me, not the baby itself.
Yeah, but there's not many moments where she's even like with Bonnie or like taking care of Bonnie. She's kind of absent and alone for most of the
Mammy does all the work.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, Mammy does all the work. So we move on. So there's this loveless marriage between Rhett and Scarlett. And one day at Frank's mill, Scarlett and Ashley are seen embracing by Ashley's sister, India Wilkes. And she holds a big, intense dislike of Scarlett because Scarlett took Charles from her. She was the one originally supposed to marry Charles Hamilton. And she starts spreading out these rumors about Scarlett and Ashley. And later, and it's that evening also is, I think it's a birthday party for Ashley. Rhett heard the rumors. He forces Scarlett to attend the party for Ashley alone. And then Melanie stands by Scarlett. She welcomes her to the party. Scarlett's wearing another red dress. This is the second and last red dress she wears in the second half of the movie. And it's a really cool shot and entrance, because there's a famous, I'm sure many people have seen it, of Scarlett standing in the hallway and eyebrow raised. She's wearing the red dress. And she's like, you guys are going to fuck with me? Here I am, Scarlett O'Hara, say it to my face type of thing.
To me, this was like a reference to the Scarlet Letter. And I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but it's like that red, like she is the enemy, like walking behind enemy lines, and she's just there for a target, basically. And Rhett thinks she's going to get destroyed. He thinks Melanie's going to like break up their friendship. She's never going to see Ashley again. He thinks this is going to like solve their relationship and just like really just put Scarlett in this situation because she put herself in this situation.
Yeah, and again, this is another one of those Melanie scenes where she's like, oh, hey, Scarlett, what's going on? Oh, those rumors? Please, don't worry about it. I know you would never actually try to take my husband away from me because he's my husband, and I love him so much, and we have this baby together, right, Scarlett? You would never do that, and that's so naive of Melanie, and it's a great performance by Olivia de Havilland, but...
See, I didn't even see it that way.
You didn't?
For me, no. It was like at this point she knew, and she was just like, she heard those rumors, or India told her those just the hugging and seeing that, and she was just like, oh yeah, I already know. Like I don't really care. It's the way I read it, and I mean, it's really complex. Like why would she feel that way? And maybe it's because of how much Scarlett has done so much for her. Like she's alive probably because of Scarlett multiple times. Her kid's alive because of Scarlett. So, like, I think there's just, like, this dichotomy where she's just, yeah, I accept it. She's in love with Ashley. Ashley's never going to betray me. I'm just, I'm fine with it. It's whatever. Like, I love Scarlett. It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I don't know if I'm, like, projecting too much onto it, but that's the way I kind of perceive their relationship.
Yeah, it's so complicated, and then that's what's also frustrating about the film is because you want to know, like, why can't, if this was made today, there'd be a huge blow up scene of them going at each other, and Melanie being like, no, he's mine. And I guess not to be as possessive, but still, like, there's this like genuine love, even though they're cousins. Like, still remember people, they're cousins. And it's complicated. They don't tell us, and they don't say anything or ever show it. So that's why I think we have two different interpretations of it. And I think both can be right. I'm not sure there's a third way to look at it, though. It's either that she knows or she doesn't know. And there's not really much more to take away from that besides that Scarlett kind of got embarrassed in front of all these people.
But she also got away with it, right?
She did get away with it.
She didn't get like lambasted in front of everyone.
Oh, yeah.
And
because Melanie bailed her out.
Yeah, because she just seems to be accepting or oblivious either way. And that's not what Rhett wanted, obviously.
No, it's not what Rhett wanted. But Rhett, so this is, now we get to the scene, which it is totally out of my realm of giving an appropriate, I think, response and answer to it. But it's something that's been brought up even more and more, especially today. So after returning home from the party, Scarlett finds Rhett downstairs drunk, and they argue about Ashley. Rhett basically confronts her about it. Rhett kisses Scarlett. He forces himself against Scarlett's will, and then he rapes her.
So there is like a really... We'll get to that. But there is a really famous and significant moment where he like essentially is like pretending to crush her head, right?
Yeah, he puts his hands like around her head, and he says, literally, he says, I could crush you right now. I could squeeze this out of you. And it's very intense, and
it's intense and disturbing. And up until obviously the very suggestive rape, like they don't show anything visually on screen, but she clearly doesn't want to go upstairs with him, and she's clearly just kind of like fighting it. But you have, before that, obviously, you have some sympathy with Rhett because he's just like, what? Like, come on. Like, can we just fix this? Like, I want to squeeze your head so fucking bad, not to kill you, but to like get Ashley out of your head. Yeah. Like, he's just so at like wit's end with it, and he just like doesn't get it and doesn't understand. And you were talking about sexuality a lot and her not wanting to have sex, and it's not like very blatant. We're kind of having to read through the lines because they don't really say a lot of things, and it's still the code era, and we're like not getting these fully kind of revealed things about their sexuality. But it seems like they just haven't had sex for like a long time, like maybe since they like
I don't think they had sex since they conceived Bonnie.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think that was on the honeymoon. Like, and that's what I'm saying is that Scarlett is not a sexual person. That she refutes all sexual acts. Nothing to like. She does not want to kiss. She kisses Ashley, but he rebuts her. So when she's getting kissed by someone, she rebuts them. She is so confused sexually. And I'm not saying she's confused like what her sexual preferences are. She just doesn't know how to like deal with it. She doesn't know how to act properly, process that kind of emotion, process that maturity level. And what it culminates to is that she has blocked out Rhett, and he's a guy, and it's this male toxicity that has been going on for the beginning of time and still goes on. And he is like, you're my wife, and I should have the ability to sleep with you. With obviously he does it without her consent, and it's his last straw. And in a drunken state, he performs what is defined as marital rape. It has become such a huge thing in modern world and critiquing it because it's clearly rape. She clearly doesn't want it, but then the next scene, the next morning, she's like sexually freed. She is so happy with herself.
Yeah, she just seems like in the best mood, just laying in bed. Like, this is amazing.
It's the only time she sings in the movie.
Oh, that's really interesting. I never thought about that.
Yeah, it's the only time she sings something.
See, that aspect is so confusing for me because it's like, what are they trying to say? Like, are they trying to say like women just need to have sex more and they'd be a lot happier? Because like you could easily read it as that, or you could just say, oh no, it's just Scarlett. Like, Scarlett is fucked up and she just needed to get laid and she'd feel better, like, and she'd be normal now. But like, there's just not that much there to even like get that connection and understand that. It's just like, oh, she's happy, but it's like you were like literally trying to run away from him last night and he's dragging you up the stairs. So it's just like, what? Like, an orgasm fixed the entire relationship? No, it's clear because the next day Rhett apologizes for his behavior and offers Scarlett a divorce, but she rejects it, saying that it would just be like a disgrace upon her family. So it's it's just so confusing at this point in the film where I'm like turning back and forth, where I'm like, what the fuck, Scarlett? Like, what do you want? Like, I don't get it.
It's one of those things I don't know what to make of it. It's a very controversial scene. It's uncomfortable, especially for a character like Rhett, because I was saying to you before we started recording, most of my favorite lines from this movie come from Rhett. I loved Rhett.
Oh yeah, I loved him too. Like literally up until this moment, it's just like, no, why'd you do this?
I still like him after that, and it's again, that's why I preface the whole scene as like I don't know how to talk about this, because it's uncomfortable. It's extremely complicated. One, because they're married. They make her seem like she's so happy in the beginning. At the next morning after it, she has no sex throughout the rest of the film. This is really the only kind of sex thing that happens, and I'm like pulling my hair because of it, because I don't know like what to make of it, and I don't know how to properly respond besides that this is what happened, and this is kind of like what we have to take away from it.
It's something that's like so nuanced, and that you could like literally make an entire feature-length film based around like marital rape, and like kind of like analyzing both sides of the situation and just seeing how like disturbing it is. But it's literally done so quickly, because at this point you can clearly tell that the film is just like running on 2x speed. It's like, holy shit, like this movie's getting way too long. Like we need to speed up their relationship. Like everything is ×2 to kind of get us and drive us to the very kind of ending.
And that's why I don't love the second half, because I
see that. I could see that aspect of it.
Like it's just, they pack so, it's the first half is an hour 45 ish, and then the second half is 2 hours, and it's just, they pack so much into it. This is like, even this, there's so much that I feel like we haven't touched on. There's so many like little things, and it's just, we can't. But these like bigger picture ideas are what's driving this episode of the podcast, and it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal that you had a leading guy do this, and it wasn't looked at like, probably 1939. All the guys were like, yeah, she just needed a good fucking, and she's better now.
Yeah, that's just the way they make it seem, honestly.
So, but moving on to what happens next in the movie. So the next day, Red apologizes for his behavior and offers Scarlett a divorce, which she rejects, saying that it would be a disgrace to her family. And Rhett is like, nah, I really don't think I didn't do a right thing. I think we should get a divorce. And he's like, I'll give you whatever you want, but the one thing I ask is for Bonnie.
Yeah, he's apologetic, and he's just like, all I really care about is her. Like I could see her. She was like you. Like before, when I first met you, you were this like perfect, like innocent person who like just didn't really fully understand the world and like see the darkness of it. So he's clearly just so upset by this relationship. He's like trying to apologize for last night, for what like the horrible acts that he did, and he's just so broken apart that he just thinks and knows that this needs to end, and it's the only like successful way out to kind of keep sanity and keep Bonnie still in both of their lives. Yeah, so
Rhett, him and Bonnie go to London, but Bonnie, she starts having nightmares and starts crying for her mother, and you can see Rhett seems like actually a very good dad. He yells at the nanny in London because she had shut off the lights, and Bonnie does not like being in the darks, and Rhett, is very, he's very comforting to her. He seems like a very good father to her, and but they return, and so they return to the trip, and Scarlett informs, I almost said Peter, thinking about Clark Gable from It Happened One Night, but it's Rhett. He informs Scarlett that Scarlett informs him that she is pregnant, but an argument ensues, which results in her falling down a flight of stairs and suffering a miscarriage. So two things. One, he literally says you could just have an accident right now and be rid of the baby. And then she goes to slap him because that's her move. She always tries to slap people. And she falls down these stairs. And it's this set of stairs, I think, plays a huge motif because it's this big red staircase in the house. It's where he carries her up the stairs. When he goes to rape her, she falls down the stairs. She sits on the stairs to meet Bonnie when they return. And it happened. There's a few more times with the stairs, but the stairs in several sequences, but specifically in this new house with Rhett and Scarlett, it plays a huge role.
Yeah, I literally gasped when this happened while I was watching it, just because I did not expect them to go that far. Like, having a miscarriage is so intense, and the fact that this has happened in a film in 1939 alone, like someone had a miscarriage, let alone she had a miscarriage from falling down stairs during an argument with Red, her husband. Like, that was so intense, and it was so unpredictable, and like I really loved it just because of how unpredictable it was and how like disturbing. Like, I already thought we reached the climax of their relationship. Like, rape, you would think, would be like the ultimate tragic thing that would happen in their relationship, but no, it just like keeps amplifying and getting worse and worse, and it's so disturbing. And my second point is, these must be the most fertile human beings on the planet, where they just have sex once and they immediately get pregnant. Like,
yeah, well, it's movie, it's a movie, and that's just how it happens. Yeah, it's very, it comes out of nowhere. It's very out of left field. I know in the book she has several children, I think, with each of the marriages. So it's odd that, well, I guess it may also make sense that she has these, in the movie Scarlett, she has this miscarriage, and it's awful. And you actually get and this is probably one of my favorite performances or moments from the movie, and it's with Clark Gable. And he has his head down, so you don't see his face, and you can tell he's just, for days, he's been in fucking agony that he hurt his wife. He still loves Scarlett. There's still a love there, that, at least for him. And when he lifts his head up, you can just, his eyes are bloodshot. There's water, his tears are dropping down out of his eyes. Has that 5 o'clock shadow. It's a very, you can just tell that to get that emotion and that look, he went to a very deep place, I'm sure, to get that reaction. And it's a very, very effective, and it really plays into, that he still loves Scarlett. And Melanie comes in as the voice of reason and talks to him and tries to talk him out of it, and tries to say, like, it'll be okay, everything will be fine, because Melanie is the sweet little naive angel that she is. And so
but she walks in, and Mammy is the one who like breaks everything down for her, right?
So this is where that was before. So there are two.
She goes up to
Brett.
Yeah. So she like breaks the situation down, right?
No. That you're getting ahead of yourself. So as Scarlett's recovering, tragedy strikes when Bonnie dies while attempting to jump a fence with a pony. So Scarlett gets Melanie to come over, and Mammy really gets Melanie to come over, because Rhett had locked himself in the room with Bonnie's dead body, recovering, and that's when Mammy.
That's right.
That's when Mammy. Okay. So we just skipped over a huge moment in the film, which is when Bonnie dies.
I mean, is it a huge moment?
It's a huge moment because
her death is not a huge moment. Like, the ramifications from her death is a huge moment.
Yeah, right.
Because the death happened so quickly, and again, I found it goofy. Like, I don't know what it is about people falling off horses, but it was just really funny and like stupid, and like her horse just like takes off and like runs into a fence. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's sad. So the whole second half, when Bonnie is growing up and she's still a little baby, and you have Rhett constantly be like, I'm gonna get her a pony, and he gives her lessons. They jump over like a little like 5-inch like jump, like training her. And she starts to show her Scarlett side, her O'Hara side, her I'm not gonna fucking listen to you side. And so she goes up and she's like, look at me, I'm gonna go jump. And that's when Scarlett and Rhett are like, you really shouldn't do that, honey, please don't go do that. And she still goes to do that, and Scarlett goes, oh, she's just like Pa. And then she goes, just like Pa, because Pa, her father, had jumped over a fence and died and broke his neck himself. And at the beginning of the film,
just like him.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the film, they talk about that. Scarlett and her father, their first interaction, their first thing she says to him is like, you ride craziness. And he's like, oh, I don't really care, I'll break my neck if it happens. And she's like, all right, well, do what you want. And that's when this pops up again, where she doesn't want people to do what they want. She wants to have this control over people's life. She realizes she can have this control. Yeah, it's her daughter, but she still wants that control. And and Bonnie dies. It's tragic. I've seen it in one other film where that kind of scene happens. That happens in a movie called Barry Lyndon. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No, I've never seen that Kubrick film.
Yeah, it's a great Kubrick film. If you haven't seen it, great cinematography in that, and has a very similar thing. And it held, and that was, I felt, was more emotional than this. You'd have to watch that film to understand why, but this has that same emotion. So we get this scene. So Bonnie's dead. Rhett won't come out of the room with her dead body. It's been a few days now. And so now Melanie comes over again, and Mammy's the one that answers the door. And it's a little bit of too much exposition that Hattie McDaniel is given. You can tell this is one of those things where we can't show all this, but we're just going to have Mammy say all this. So basically Mammy tells Melanie, Bonnie broke her neck and died. Rhett went out and grabbed a gun and shot the pony immediately. And she thought that Rhett was going to kill himself. Rhett and Scarlett go at each other and start yelling, trying to place blame. And then he takes the body and is sat in the room with her and won't leave. And she says the most tragic thing to me, which, again, I was crying again for the 10th time in this movie. And she says he won't leave her because he doesn't want to leave Bonnie in the dark, which is a huge emotional, just oh my God, what a delivery and a line. And again, this is one of those scenes where Hattie McDaniel showing her chops and showing that Mammy has an emotional side, and she's more than just, being Mammy. Yeah, Mammy's she was very proud to raise Bonnie. She even said, I've put diapers on 3 generations of this family. She's so
women on this family.
Yeah, women in this family. She's so happy, and she loved Bonnie. You can tell there was a true love right there, and Bonnie probably loved her just as much. And but that's gone, and so they're walking up the staircase while doing all this. It's all in one shot. It's one long tracking shot, and it's a very good sequence between Olivia de Havilland and Hattie McDaniel. And this is probably the scene that really secures it outside of her facial emotions. But this was a great emotional scene from Hattie.
Yeah, this is the scene that they would show at the Oscars and be here's the nominated Best Supporting Actresses, and would show that scene of her kind of breaking down and crying. Yeah, it is really emotional. But yeah, it felt so forced, and it felt like a screenwriter trick of being we don't have time to explain all of these things, so we're just going to have one character break everything down for you really quickly, make it really emotional, powerful, show Melanie all these things that have happened between them, why they're so broken and at such a fragile moment of time. And yeah, it's also an amazing shot, so it's I don't care. It's a great performance. The old age makeup we talked about is kind of weird.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a great performance by Hattie.
Yeah, it's a good scene. And then she convinces Rhett to let them bury Bonnie, and then Melanie collapses. And we don't know why Melanie collapses. It could have been complications from a new pregnancy, but that's never really said. There's just all these things with Melanie's health.
She's just sick. Yeah, she's kind of just weirdly sick throughout the film in random moments. Yeah,
so we're getting towards the end of the film. This is the second to last scene. So Ashley and Scarlett and Rhett, go to visit Melanie. And you have this huge emotional scene between Scarlett and Melanie. Melanie's telling her, you please look after Ashley. You were a good person to me, and Rhett loves you. Be kind to Rhett. Do all these things for Rhett. And then Scarlett consoles Ashley, and then Melanie dies. A few things to unpack here really quickly. It's sad that Melanie is dead. You get to see some real good emotions from Olivia de Havilland. She gives a great performance. But then Scarlett does what I find really despicable, which is she goes to Ashley to console herself, really. And she kind of takes away the moment from Ashley to really say goodbye to Melanie, because all of a sudden they're calling for Ashley, and Melanie has died clearly. And so Scarlett took that moment away where he could have been with her. He could have been with Melanie. And Scarlett is basically being consoled by Ashley. They don't know what to do. You can tell that, again, that's that whole, she's trying to fall back in that trap of, getting Ashley. And Rhett sees all this. And after Melanie literally begged her, she's like, please just be kind to Rhett. Please just, he loves you, blah, 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 blah. And the first thing she does is completely ignore him.
And go right to Ashley again, completing the circle once again of just showing her true alliances to this man. And it's almost her last attempt to kind of go back for Ashley. He is now the person who lost the love of his life with Melanie, and he's just all alone, and now's the perfect time for her to sweep in. So
Scarlett realizes that Rhett isn't there. Rhett had left, and she's running after him saying, Rhett, come back, Rhett. And Rhett is preparing to leave for Atlanta from where they are near Tara, and basically, like, I'm not going to be with you anymore, and I don't want to because you loved Ashley. You lied to me this whole time. And she starts to beg and plead. She having realized that she truly loved Rhett this whole time and not Ashley. She pleads with Rhett, and he rebuffs her and walks her way into the morning fog. And then a distraught Scarlett returns home to Tara, vowing to one day win Rhett back.
So the ending of course, another, obviously the frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. And then, of course, we have another monologue professing to the audience or professing to herself or professing to God, whoever it is, that she knows who she loves. She knows what home is. She will go back to Tara, and that'll lead to her getting Rhett back.
Yeah. So first, let's break down what is considered the most iconic line of all time in movie history. I know AFI puts out these top 100 lists, and they have that line as the number one. So Scarlett she's running down the stairs. This is where the stairs come again. She's running after Rhett. She's going down, and she's trying to get him. She goes, Rhett, where shall I go? What shall I do? And so the line is, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Which is, when you hear it out of context, you don't really know like what's going on, but then knowing the context of it and knowing why he's saying that, they got the permission to say the word damn, which was not an acceptable word from the Hayes production code. And so it's a great, it's so famous, so iconic. And I think it's one of the best delivered lines I've ever seen. It's such a powerful thing. He's telling her to fuck off, you don't love me, but just the way he says it, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
I think it's so great just because of the context. Like, we are right there with Rhett. We're like, I'm done. Scarlett, you had your chance. You're done. This is the last. I'm tired of your bullshit. Like, you need to just be shut down, and you just need to be alone and just like realize what it actually means to be alone and stop using everyone around you for your own personal gain. And so it's so redeeming in that manner. Why she loves Rhett all of a sudden and like wants to be with him and how she realizes that's not really clear to me, which is kind of an issue because this is what's ending our film and this is ending her big emotional arc and why she wants to go back to Rhett. But she wants to go back to Tara. I don't know how that's going to bring Rhett back. She wants to make sure her home is together. I don't know. There's a loose ends here.
It's the whole idea that Tara gives her power. That Tower is the ultimate. That land is the only thing that lasts, and having that would hopefully bring Rhett back. I mean, we don't know how that ultimately would come to form, but she ends the whole movie with the line, "Tomorrow is another day," which I think is extremely emotional. I was crying again at the end of the movie because you just had this huge emotional scene. You have, again, that big silhouette swell shot of pulling out, revealing Tara behind Scarlett. She's standing alone. She's proudful of herself. And she's saying to herself, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow I'm going to be able to win Rhett back. Tomorrow I'll be able to bring Tara back to its glory. Tomorrow I'll be able to do this and do that. And it's extremely powerful. It's a good way to end the film. It's highly emotional. Again, I can imagine people in 1939 just completely going nuts, going, "Oh my God, what a way to end the movie!" It caps off this epic performance from Vivien Leigh, and it's again, the emotions just run so high, and it ends a movie that is so complicated and so. I mean, I've had a ton of fun talking about it and really researching and diving into it, and there's so much to talk about this film. I think we've really taken the context and the history behind the film and the production and added more to it. There's still so much behind the production that was crazy that was going on, just the amount of things they had to do using Technicolor. I mean, for filming the whole burning of Atlanta, they had to use all seven Technicolor films that even existed in LA at the time. So this is just a huge production. There's so much to take out of it. John, upon ending the film, is there anything that we haven't discussed you really want to talk on, or is just final thoughts to tie everything together?
Yeah, nothing that I don't think we missed majorly. This may be the longest conversation about Gone with the Wind ever. I hope that's the case. That would be really cool. I just essentially wanted to end saying just how open-ended of an ending this is. It's by far the most open-ended film that we've seen, winning the best outstanding production, and it's significant. I think this film is so significant not only for representing women, having this strong female lead character who's so complicated. She's not perfect. She's not has this perfect complete story that you are just completely satisfied with, in a way where you're satisfied and it makes sense, and her arc is kind of completely finished. She finally learns her lesson by literally being rejected at the end. And that is kind of her arc in a way, where it's just she finally becomes independent. And even though that's someone else doing that, and it's not really her actions, it's caused by her actions, and it's caused by her stupidity of just constantly chasing what she can't have because she thinks she needs that. And for that to be a character on screen, let alone winning Best Picture compared to every other film that we've seen so far, it's not only the most complex character that we've seen so far, it's obviously some of the most beautiful cinematography. It's this gorgeous color. We have all these amazing other performances like Clark Gable, and it's just such a powerful and interesting story that it was so compelling to me throughout.
Yeah, I completely agree. There really isn't. I think we have touched about everything. My brain feels like a mush because we've talked through so many points that I've been that we have been trying to file and organize in our heads, and I hope a lot of this made sense to people. Because we did this differently, talking about it literally through the story as it was going, bring up all our points. There's so much more to talk on and discuss. If you ever want to talk to us about it, email us at worthysubmissions@gmail.com. You can follow us on Instagram, on Twitter, Facebook. Contact us if there's more that we didn't touch on. We probably didn't do enough service to a ton of other aspects of this film that deserves. So I think probably the best way to end this whole discussion and lead into the Academy Awards is to read off the cast and crew credits to this amazing 4-hour production, because without them we wouldn't have how to properly process this film, how to properly understand how and why this got made. And I think that is a huge testament to the people who played a part in that, and I think we should give them their due.
Gone with the Wind stars Vivien Leigh as Scarlett O'Hara,
Olivia de Havilland as Melanie Hamilton,
Clark Gable as Rhett Butler,
Hattie McDaniel as Mammy,
and Leslie Howard as Ashley Wilkes.
Gone with the Wind was produced by David O. Selznick,
directed by Victor Fleming, with uncredited directors George Cukor and Sam Wood.
Writing credits going to Margaret Mitchell for story of her novel Gone with the Wind, screenplay by Sidney Howard, and uncredited writing to Oliver H.P. Garrett, Ben Hecht, Joe Swirling, and John Van Druten.
Music by Max Steiner.
Cinematography by Ernest Haller and Lee Garms.
Production design by William Cameron Menzies.
Art direction by Lyle Wheeler.
Costume design by Walter Plunkett.
Hollywood, Mr. and Mrs. Audience. Hollywood, the magical Mecca, movie land. Fountainhead of the celluloid fantasies whose shining shadows flicker around the full circumference of our troubled world. Hollywood, where science and sorcery combine to brew their magic broth of thrills and chills, of laughter and tears, for audiences like you, totaling 250 million people a week. For it is to you, Mr. and Mrs. Audience, that all Hollywood is dedicated. For you, little Tommy ticket buyer, do some 70,000 Hollywood workers exert their labors, their brains, their witchcraft. But I wonder, little Mary Matinee, if you know who is most sought after in all the busy bedlam of Hollywood. Who? I am the most frantically sought person in cinema land. I, Oscar, the Academy Award.
The 12th Academy Awards were held on February 29th, 1940, in the Coconut Grove at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. It was hosted by Bob Hope, his first of 19 turns as a host. This is a especially special Academy Awards this year, as Frank Capra was the AMPAS president at the time and decided to film it and sell the rights to Warner Brothers. Now, Because of Frank Capra's involvement and his contributions to AMPAS, I wanted to give a little bit more history of really just his whole run, 5-year run as the AMPAS president. In October of 1935, Frank Capra was elected AMPAS president. He had been a high-ranking member of the Academy's directors branch since 1931, serving on a wide range of organizations' planning committees at the end of 1935, just coming off of his first Best Picture win and Best Director wins. Capra was an ideal figurehead. Capra was instrumental in the Academy's policy changes through the period of his administration, which ended in 1939. One of his first moves as president was expanding the publicity department by hiring new people to specialize in handling awards coverage. That year, AMPAS also first commissioned Price Waterhouse, a firm of public accountants, to count and verify all ballots and squelch any future claims of voter fraud. The company has remained the accounting partner for the Academy Awards until even present day. On February 16th, a week before the 12th Academy ceremony and following a canceled meeting with AMPP head Joseph Schneck, the Guild's board of directors formally proposed a boycott of the awards at the emergency meeting. Capra would immediately resign as president of the Academy and withdraw as masters of ceremonies. The Guild would then institute a studio-wide director's strike following the event. The next morning, the Hollywood Reporter's front page read, "The Screen Directors Guild last night moved to force an immediate showdown with the producers in the 18-month battle over recognition and a basic agreement. An ultimatum was issued to the producers, demanding that they sign a contract by 8 o'clock that night or accept the consequences." The reorganization of AMPAS prioritized the Hollywood workforce. This is perhaps nowhere better seen than its new voting rules, which allowed all union membership to take part in the ballot for outstanding achievements and made the Oscars a true celebration of Hollywood by those in Hollywood. Monica Sandler, University of California, Los Angeles. So, Ben, we're starting to see the Hollywood kind of structure and organization grow and grow so much that the Academy is kind of getting a crosshair over them, and it's becoming so big and notable that we're starting to see a huge group of people that are just completely unrepresented in the Academy. So I'm curious, what are your opinions now? We talk about unions and the Directors Union kind of coming together, the Directors Guild coming together and trying to force more participation so it's not more of a insiders group. So how do you feel about all this different history with Frank Capra leaving, as well as it being the first film show? This is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's extremely a big deal. This is a huge ceremony at the 12th Academy Awards for several reasons, and this being one of them. The landscape of filmmaking has really I honestly think because of Gone with the Wind was like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of how everyone saw the Academy, how everyone felt that productions could be done going forward. So there's just the landscape has changed, and it's changed even today in 2021 in many different ways. So this is just like this one mark in history, but it's a pretty important mark. And it's great to get these unions together to really represent Hollywood, even though it's still not exactly representing Hollywood, but it tries to do better. And I know we talked about, going back to the first episode, that Louis B. Mayers and all the founders of AMPAS, they had this idea to bring everyone together to award them, but that was also a reaction to stop unions to fight against what people were rebelling against the studio system. So this is just a way that we're breaking away from the studio system, and we're giving filmmakers and the crew members every opportunity to do more and be creative. So it's a great initiative, and it's great to see Capra being the one spearheading that, and seeing some progress moving forward. Not completed progress, but some progress moving forward.
Yeah, this was really special for us because we've been doing these now, and so far the Academy Awards have been kind of closed off, and we haven't been really able to see them. Mainly really just kind of getting some random literature and just kind of learning through those experiences of what the actual nights were like, some photos here and there as well. So being able to watch a huge chunk of the show, about 18 minutes that you can find on YouTube of the 12th Academy Awards was really something special to be actually able to first see the awards now, to see people kind of dressed in their nice gowns and jewelry And when Warner Brothers obtained the rights, they spent actually $30,000 at the time. And cinematographer Charles Rosher was the one who kind of shot and organized the entire shoot of that night. And it's really special just because, the Academy Awards is just so known for showing off and being glamorous and, who has the best dress of the night, who's wearing their nicest tux, or who's doing the most new and unique outfit of the night, which has been such a prominent part of the Oscars and the Academy Awards. And this is kind of where we're starting to feel that, where Variety and these publications are really putting a crosshair on this kind of event, and it's becoming so big that all these people are kind of tuning in to watch. And with all these big stars there, knowing that they're on camera, it's not just about being an actor anymore. It's about, going beyond that and trying to represent your figure beyond just the motion pictures that you're in. So I thought it was really cool to kind of see this and go through and see some of the great awards that we're about to go through.
Yeah, it's a great insight. It gives it's a good firsthand account of that ceremony. You get to see most of the awards given out. They don't show Best Picture being given out, but I think that's really because if you watch that ceremony, it's so emphasized Gone with the Wind, Gone with the Wind, Gone with the Wind, that Gone with the Wind is going to win. But it's great to see. It's great to see how the ceremony was done, how it was all set up. We got to experience most recently the 93rd Academy Awards, which is a much more intimate setting, and that really did make some big callbacks to these early ceremonies. So having video footage of the 12th Academy Awards, it's available to everyone. It's really cool. You get to see, it feels like you're seeing everyone in the flesh, even though it's still a film in its own way. And you get to see some of the most important things to ever happen in film history, and the number one of those being Hattie McDaniel's win. It's great archival footage. I'm really happy that the Academy has it on their YouTube page, that we have been able to watch it, that we can discuss it, and everyone can watch it themselves to see what the Academy Awards was like and where it came from. And it was a pretty big ceremony. It's a big milestone in the history of filmmaking, and I think that we should just dive right into the 12th Academy Awards.
This is also a great year for the Oscars, as we officially see the addition of visual effects added now as an award. We also have the split of cinematography, splitting between black and white and color, with the introduction of so many color films. And a very important note, we've talked previously about how in 1934 we have mentions of Bette Davis mentioning the Oscars. There's an Academy librarian, Margaret Herrick, who kind of mentioned the word Oscar, and journalist Sidney Skulski, who mentioned Oscar. But it's now official in 1939 that the Academy is mentioning Oscar, and Oscar is officially part of the Academy history in their own eyes now. So we get to see that fun, awesome nickname. So there's just so many exciting things that happen this year at the Academy Awards, and of course it's with Gone with the Wind being the outstanding production. There's just so much to this year.
Yeah, and like the additions of the cinematography, or the splitting of the cinematography categories, is huge. Probably reaction to Gone with the Wind. And yeah, I guess now in this podcast we can start saying the word Oscar, and it actually makes sense for the historical context.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's jump right into it and jump into an award that was given out that has been stopped for many years, and that's the Academy Juvenile Award. And that year it went to Judy Garland for The Wizard of Oz. And I would probably have to safely assume that had Gone with the Wind not come out that year, that Wizard of Oz probably would have taken many of the categories, and Judy Garland may have even won Best Actress. But because they kind of had that out for the Juvenile Award, it went to Judy Garland. And I think we could talk for days about Judy Garland.
Another 3-hour podcast about Judy Garland and Wizard of Oz.
Exactly. And talk about this whole tragic life that she did have. And going back to that video clip in the film that Frank Capra put together for this ceremony, you get to see Judy Garland at this. She's 16 years old, I'm pretty sure. She's sitting next to Norma Shear, and you can see just this little girl who's just full of life and happiness, and oh my God, I'm part of Hollywood. I'm freaking Dorothy from Wizard of Oz. There's so many great things. And then coming at now from this modern viewpoint, it's tragic and sad to look at the same time. And my heart broke a little bit while seeing that, but also I think it's great that the Academy made the effort to give her this juvenile award to recognize, yeah, you were really great in Wizard of Oz, and unfortunately won against Gone with the Wind this year.
Yeah, like I said, there's so much to talk about Wizard of Oz. I think we mentioned it a little bit in our conversation, but it's an iconic classic film that we could talk on and on about, and Judy Garland's magnificent performance will inspire hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years from now. So moving on to the Irving G. Thalberg Memorial Award, of course, goes without saying that it's David O. Selznick who takes that award.
Yeah, so this is, I think, the second year of the Thalberg Award, and it goes to probably the most deserving person alive at that time, and this Selznick who literally took the whole entire idea of Gone with the Wind and made it a film, and it really is his film. It's a producer's film, like we said before, and he was honored very appropriately. Some other Academy honorary awards that were given out that year. They went to Douglas Fairbanks for recognizing the unique and outstanding contributions of Douglas Fairbanks Sr., first president of the Academy Awards, to the international development of the motion picture. It also went to the Motion Picture Relief Fund, acknowledging the outstanding services to the industry during the past year of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its progressive leadership. It was presented to Gene Herschel, President Ralph Morgan, Chairman of the Executive Committee Ralph Bloch, and First Vice President Conrad Nagel. So this is actually an honorary award that was given at the 93rd to the Motion Picture Relief Fund with their efforts for the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's interesting to see that it's been given out twice, and Gene Herschel gets his own humanitarian award named after him later on. There are also two more that were given specifically to Gone with the Wind. One went to William Cameron Menzies for outstanding achievement in the use of color for the enhancement of dramatic mood in the production of Gone with the Wind, and then went to the Technicolor Company for its contributions in successfully bringing 3-color feature production to the screen, which we talked about at the beginning of the first part of Gone with the Wind of Worthy, and it goes without saying that without Technicolor, this film would not be the same.
Best special effects goes to The Rains Came, E.H. Hansen and Fred Serson. Now, this is the third time that technically special effects award was given out, because we have in the first Academy Awards, Wings, known for its amazing fight scenes and acrobats in the air while you're attaching cameras on planes and have all these different stunts and actors actually in the planes. So many cool, awesome stunts. But that was given for an engineering effects, kind of like a special award that's not a consistent category, but something given to honor the effects of that time, or the engineering effects. Now, we also have that from the 11th Academy Awards from Spawn of the North, but now in the 12th Academy Awards, we have the official concrete locking of Best Special Effects as a permanent category. And The Rains Came was recognized for its work involving recreating earthquakes and floods.
Best film editing went to Gone with the Wind, to Halsey Kern and James E. Newcomb. This was Kern's and Newcomb's first Oscar. Kern would go on to be nominated for Rebecca and Since You Went Away, and Newcomb was nominated as well with Kern for the film Since You Went Away. So probably a very deserved Oscar, I would think, for Gone with the Wind. It went up against Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, The Rains Came, and Stagecoach. And Gone with the Wind definitely deserves it, because the whole storytelling is predicated on how great the film was edited and all the mats and different, the glass that they used as backgrounds, you were saying. So just the little intricacies really made it a great edited film.
It was also just daunting, just how long that film was.
They had to turn around quickly also.
Yeah, in the documentary, there was a moment where I think they were interviewing Hal, and they had a bunch of cool, like, behind-the-scenes shots of him, and he was, like, at one point, like, holding up reels and reels of just loose film. Like, it was just probably overwhelming how much they had to edit. And in the kind of final week of editing, he said that he was probably working 23 hours, and in a day, one day alone's work was about an hour of sleep, and he went to his doctor, and his doctor basically called Selznick and was like, give this man a break. He's like literally going to die because of you. So yeah, just a little fun story.
People bled for Selznick to make this film.
Yeah. And it's like, is it right that he gets this big award? But in a way, yeah, he created this huge, important piece of work.
Yeah.
But not as clean as you may hope films to be made.
Yeah, exactly. So, but this is the first award, along with the two honorary awards, but this is the first official Oscar, we'll say, that Gone with the Wind gets.
Best cinematography color goes to Gone with the Wind. Ernest Haller and Ray Renahan. Renahan won 2 Oscars in this category, winning for Blood and Sand with Ernest Palmer. He's one of 6 cinematographers to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Haller was nominated 7 times in this category, winning once for Gone with the Wind. Some of his nominees include Jezebel, Mildred Pierce, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and Lilies of the Field.
Yeah, so something that I also wanted to point out that I noticed while going through winners of the Color Cinematography Award is that it's always 2 people who get nominated. And I don't know if that's because one goes to the colorist and one goes to the actual director of photography themselves. There's no distinction ever listed for why there's always 2, but for Best Cinematography Color nominations, there's always 2 people being nominated. So just something to keep in mind. Best Cinematography Black and White went to Wuthering Heights to Greg Toland. This is Toland's his first and only win out of 6 nominations. Toland's films, Johnny, you ready for this, for what they include?
Oh, I'm ready.
Citizen Kane, The Grapes of Wrath, and The Best Years of Our Lives. So we have the guy who filmed and created some of the best cinematography for Citizen Kane, a movie that was essentially recreated by David Fincher for the movie Mank, which came out this year. Toland's innovations include the use of depth of field and going away from the shallow looks of previous cinematographers. It was Toland who devised a remote control system for focusing his camera lens without having to get in the way of the camera operator, who would now be free to pan and tilt the camera. His unique lighting setups completely is what really drove Citizen Kane. That film is beautifully shot. One of the best cinematography jobs ever. And I think we could probably rave and rave about Toland, but just knowing alone that that's the guy who filmed Citizen Kane and The Best Years of Our Lives, what do you think of that just right off the bat, John?
Well, those are all like just beautiful black and white films that go without saying, and all of those have amazing like use of shadow and light, especially Citizen Kane and The Best Years of Our Lives, which we'll definitely get to soon. It's what really blew me away here is the fact that he made a system to kind of help with focusing, which is like, it's so funny to think about nowadays. And I could picture that device. Maybe it's mechanical or actually like operated with batteries. I doubt it at the time, but it's such a simple thing that no one thinks about, especially with just modern phones and having such amazing cameras that you just touch a screen and that's how you focus. The thought of it being such a challenge that it was hard to kind of focus a camera lens while also moving it is kind of crazy, and it really puts it into a lot of perspective when you look at like the cinematography of the films from this time. And it's like you're not playing the same game. Like the amount of tools that you have at your disposal nowadays, it's a whole nother ball game basically.
Yeah, 100%. The focus puller on sets is extremely important. Even with Gone with the Wind, there is definitely some times where some stuff could get out of focus, and I guess for me and John, like we can see it with our eyes, and you can see how quickly someone has to, oh shit, I got to rack focus, or I got to get back into there to get Scarlett and get Red. And so to have that like new system being used, it makes it for a much easier process and even just better cinematography. So thank you, Greg Toland. We bow our heads to you.
Best art direction goes to Gone with the Wind, Lyle R. Wheeler. This is Wheeler's first of 5 Academy Awards in this category. He would go on to win for Anna and the King of Siam, The Robe, The King and I, The Diary of Anne Frank. He was nominated for 29 times. In 1951, he was nominated for 4 different films, 3 in 1952 and twice for 2 films in 1 year. So kind of a legend.
Yeah, Wheeler really is. He's a pretty legendary guy. And it also is not the most wins in this category. We've said several times that Cedric Gibbons has that honor. But yeah, Gone with the Wind. I mean,
let's talk about art direction, baby.
I mean, like art direction. That whole movie, just the way everything is set up, the way all the sets, the production design, the whole feel, the world of the film is so intricate, and it's so important to get the story right. And it's what drives the film in many ways, because you believe the world is real.
Architecture and the design of the buildings and the design of the South is one. It's really amazing to think about that this film was all shot in backlots. Selznick didn't even go to the South until the premiere of the film in Atlanta. Yeah. That was the first time he ever been to the South, and that was after the movie was done, edited, and it was premiering in Atlanta. So it says so much that when you watch this film, you're like, this has to be shot in New Orleans, down south, like somewhere on a plantation. Like, this is so natural and beautiful. And to know that it was all just kind of manipulated and that movie magic to disguise it all to make it look so big. And not only that, Gone with the Wind is so tied to its art direction. It's not only just tied because you're experiencing this lavish life and then losing it, but the story is so interconnected to their home and Tara, and seeing the beautifulness of Tara and then watching it burn in this, like, the husk of Tara. So it's like so important to Gone with the Wind, and it definitely can't go unnoticed. And definitely worthy.
Yeah, exactly. And there's just like these little things that make each scene that much more, make that much more rich and engaging. You have just even the inclusion of like some animals in the scene just to give it that, like, that breath of life that it really, again, like, it felt like that they went to a plantation in the South, that they were in Georgia actually filming, that they just went to someone's house in some old mansion that was being maintained. And it feels real. It felt authentic, and it's very well done. I just want to also point out that in this category, you had nominees for Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, The Rains Came, Stagecoach, and The Wizard of Oz, and Wuthering Heights as well. So this was a pretty packed category for that year. Best Sound Recording went to When Tomorrow Comes to Bernard R. Brown. This is Bernard R. Brown's only win out of 11 nominations, 8 in the Best Sound Recording category, and 3 nominations in the Best Visual Effects, including a nomination for The Invisible Man Returns in 1942. I threw that note in there because John loves the new Invisible Man, and I thought he would get a kick out of that old film.
Yeah, the new Invisible Man rocks.
Yeah, I know you love it.
The original is very goofy. It's a fun watch, but...
Yes, but let me ask you now this. Gone with the Wind did not get Best Sound Recording, and I actually think that that's okay that it didn't get it. I did feel like at times the sound wasn't great. There's some off sound designs in the burning of Atlanta, some like the bombs dropping and stuff that didn't sound right, and I can say that because for All Quiet on the Western Front, we love the sound and we love some of the design with that and the war scene. So Gone with the Wind did not get this one.
Best song goes to Over the Rainbow from Wizard of Oz, music by Harold Arlen, lyrics by Yip Harburg. Arlen would often carry blank pieces of music manuscript in his pockets to jot down melodic ideas. Arlen described how the inspiration for the melody to Over the Rainbow came to him suddenly while his wife, Anya, drove. I said to Mrs. Arlen, "Let's go to the Grauman's Chinese. You drive the car. I don't feel too well right now." I wasn't thinking of work. I wasn't consciously thinking of work. I just wanted to relax. And as I drove by the Schwab's drugstore in Sunset, I said, "Pull over, please." And we stopped, and I really don't know why. Bless the muses. And I took out my little bit of manuscript, and I put down what you now know as Over the Rainbow. The Over the Rainbow scene was directed by King Vidor after Fleming left the production. For what it is worth, it is the #1 movie song on AFI's top 100 list of movie songs.
Yeah, so I mean, how iconic is Over the Rainbow? It is in pop culture everywhere. There's a Pink Floyd album that references it. I have watched that scene so many times growing up, and hearing that song even still today, it brings tears to my eyes. It's certainly magical. It's, when you think of movie songs, that's the song I think about, certainly, and I think most people do because of just how iconic it is. There's nothing more to say about it, I think, besides just that it is extremely iconic, and I'm happy that we have it.
Yeah, it's such a relatable song, and obviously it's so well performed by Judy Garland in the film, and it's just so relatable in the way that we're always kind of wondering what's out there, like what could be possibly better, or could the grass be kind of greener on the other side. So not only is it just such an amazing song, but I think it's quite relatable and still very relevant even today.
Yeah, so if you have never listened to Over the Rainbow, stop this podcast right now and go listen.
There's something wrong with you. Yeah, if you've never heard Over the Rainbow.
Yeah, it is. It's quite fantastic. Best Original Score went to The Wizard of Oz, Herbert Stoddart. This is Stoddard's one win out of 12 nominations. He composed the music for the Best Picture winners, Mutiny on the Bounty and Mrs. Miniver. So Gone with the Wind loses this one again, Max Steiner's, and we have such high praises to the music and and the movements of Gone with the Wind. It is a beautiful, beautiful score, but you are never going to beat The Wizard of Oz. I am so sorry, but Gone with the Wind came out the wrong year at that time for the music.
There's just too many bops on that soundtrack. Like, come on. They're all, like, you could literally sing almost every song in Wizard of Oz. And, like, how many musicals can you say that for? Not many.
Yeah, no, not many at all. It's just so iconic. And, yeah, Gone with the Wind is just as iconic, but Wizard of Oz is just that much more. And this is the last award given out to Wizard of Oz for the evening. So it came away with the 2 awards, score and song, and it also came away with the Academy Juvenile Award to Judy Garland.
Best score goes to Stagecoach, Richard Hagman, W. Frank Harling, John Leopold, and Leo Shunkin. This is the second year of separation between the Best Original Score and Best Score. This is all the winners' first-time Oscar, and Stagecoach is a John Ford film. And Stagecoach is an iconic Western film that would go on to influence many, many Westerns throughout the 50s and 60s. And, of course, obviously the 40s. But it's known specifically as well for its intense score that kind of guides you throughout the film. And it's very intense for all the kind of action scenes. And has such a just iconic score that, you know, it totally makes sense why this would be the best score winner here.
But it's not an original score like Wizard of Oz or
Nope.
Gone with the Wind. And still that weird separation. And it's just something that's going to keep on going. Moving on to Best Animated Short Film goes to The Ugly Duckling, Walt Disney Productions, and RKO Radio. Another one. Just keep on racking them up. So The Ugly Duckling was the last entry in the Silly Symphony series by Disney. It is based off the fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen, and it is referenced heavily in Lilo and Stitch because Stitch feels like the ugly duckling, and that warms my heart sometimes because I just want to hold Stitch and hug him and say, "You are my ugly duckling."
Best live action short film, 2 reel, goes to Sons of Liberty by Warner Brothers. This was directed by Michael Curtis, his first of 2 Oscars, and his second being Best Director for Casablanca.
Yeah, can you like how many director? I think he's the only director to have a short film award and a Best Director award. I didn't look more into that, but off the top of my head, I can't think.
Probably.
Yeah, but I think that's probably it. It's a very distinct honor. Again, referencing the 93rd Academy Awards, before they gave out the short film awards, they said that the people working on these short films today are the directors of tomorrow. So it's important to remember that short film making is extremely crucial and important to just the world of filmmaking itself. Moving on to Best Live Action Short Film 1 Reel, and that went to Busy Little Bears, Paramount Pictures.
Best Screenplay goes to Gone with the Wind, Sidney Howard, based on the novel by Margaret Mitchell. Sidney Howard is the first posthumous winner in the competitive category for screenplay. So this goes without, we can't go without recognizing him. We talked about how he died in like a tragic tractor accident, which is so unfortunate, not being able to see the final product of Gone with the Wind, but at least he gets the award passed to his family.
Yeah, and this is one of those odd occurrences because everyone knew that multiple people worked on it. Ben Hecht was even nominated in this category for Wuthering Heights for his screenplay, but yet Sidney Howard is the only person given the actual screen credit. It could be because Sidney Howard had died and they wanted to give him that honor, and he did write most of it. It really does feel like that, from what we looked at in research, that most of the screenplay was still Sidney Howard's, but there was just like these little bits here and there, dialogue, little inserts that was done by other writers, but it's Sidney Howard's work. And referencing again that video of the 12th Academy Awards, they take a good moment to really give that moment to Sidney Howard to honor him for this win. Best Story goes to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Louis R. Foster. This is the only win of 2 nominations for Louis R. Foster. He was nominated for The More the Merrier in 1944. And this is the only win out of 11 nominations for Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I know you said that you had never seen Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I have, and it's a brilliant film. It's a great critique on American politics and American politicians. It may seem a little weird and outdated today, but it has a very important message, and I think that it's an overall great film. And the fact that it came out the same year as Gone with the Wind and The Wizard of Oz, and it had 11 nominations, it had everything working for it and against it at the same time. But it's great that it did get this one recognition, and it didn't have to compete with Gone with the Wind in this category, so that's probably why it won Best Story.
Best Supporting Actress goes to Hattie McDaniel for Gone with the Wind as Mammy. Faye Banter presented the award for Best Supporting Actor and Actress, prefacing her presentation of the latter award with a knowing comment. It is a tribute to the country where people are free to honor noteworthy achievements regardless of creed, race, or color. Hattie McDaniel became the first black performer to win an Academy Award, and in expressing her gratitude promised to be a credit to my race before bursting into tears. De Havilland was among those to make her way to McDaniel's table to offer congratulations, though it was reported that de Havilland then fled to the kitchen where she burst into tears.
Yeah, so we have this extremely important moment in just history. It's just history that Hattie McDaniel became the first black performer to win an Academy Award. It is an extremely emotional moment. It's important. She is overwhelmed by the moment. There has been criticism for her because she took these stereotype roles, because she took the Mammy characters, because she was an Academy Award winner and would take lower billed credits just to be on film. But that's because she wanted to provide a life for herself. Both of her parents were slaves. And I know that it's a huge controversy, and it's upsetting to think about that this great performer had to do that to herself in order just to survive. But at the same time, she gave us a performance that, looking back on it, it's special. The character Mammy it's a representation of what was awful, but Hattie McDaniel picked up her chin and gave a great performance and great emotional scenes, and proved to be that foil to Scarlett, throughout time. McDaniel faced some of the worst kinds of prejudice and racism in the country. The inequality she faced while being recognized as an Oscar winner is truly disgusting. Again, we said she was forced to be stereotyped, and this, while researching, when she had died in 1952, her final wish was to be buried in the Hollywood Cemetery, and she was denied that. She was denied being buried in the Hollywood Cemetery because the graveyard was restricted to whites only. So Hattie faced restrictions and segregation when at the film's premiere. At the Academy Awards itself, the Academy Awards gave her the award, but they forced her to sit in the back of the whole room, and it took Selznick to get her to move up a couple of tables to be closer to the cast to really do this, and she didn't get her last wish. Olivia de Havilland was nominated in this category, and she was really great as Melanie. She gave a great nuanced performance and something that was sweet and emotional, but what Hattie gave was monumental and way more important to just history itself.
Yeah, it's like an amazing recognition, but at the same time, it's like highlighted by all the awful shit, and her career after this point still being kind of like segregated, for a lack of better words, to a really just being a slave constantly and being kind of like the house worker for the family. And her career was kind of gated still as that kind of woman. And I think when I was watching the behind the scenes documentary, this is like a perfect example of just the way black people were treated in the film industry. And it was about Butterfly McQueen, and it was the scene where she was being slapped by Vivien or Scarlett, and she essentially was like getting annoyed that she was actually getting slapped because it was hurting after so many takes, that she was complaining to Selznick about how just it was basically becoming too much for her. And at the time, Hattie McDaniel kind of pulled her to the side and was just like, you can't, like, what are you doing? Like, that's not how this works. Like, you're never going to be able to work again. Like, you can't like push back like that. So I think it really shows just like how disturbing and just how awful and backwards everything is for anyone who's in the black community in Hollywood. And it's disgusting that they wouldn't let her in a graveyard. Like, who cares? Like, you're a body. Just put them in the ground. Like,
it doesn't matter. It's extremely fucked up. And it, again, like, that's not the only instance where there was questionable racism going on the set. There was a huge controversy of the bathrooms being segregated, and one of the extras actually went up to Clark Gable to say, like, hey, like, the bathrooms are segregated. Is there a way that maybe we can try and fix this? And the second Gable heard that, he went right to the heads of production and said, you don't have a red butler if you don't fix this. And immediately it was changed. And Clark Gable did that another time at the Atlanta premiere, where he said he wouldn't attend if Hattie McDaniel was not allowed in, but she had convinced him to go. So it's great that Clark Gable was that voice of reason. And it's sad that he had to be that voice of reason. And it's still sad today. And I'm just glad Hattie won.
Well, you brought up the Atlanta premiere, so let's talk about that for a little bit. So I said it was the first time Selznick was in the South, which is true. And even more depressing, since we're kind of on this topic, the theater that was shown in Atlanta for its premiere didn't even allow anyone who was black. So you have this film who then you would see Hattie McDaniel win, and it's supposed to be this monumental moment, but at the same time you have people that are black in America that can't even see the movie. They can't even see this woman who is supposed to be in this amazing monumental picture. Like, it's so fucked up. There's not much else to say, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, this film obviously doesn't escape the racism because of the stuff that happened on screen, but it certainly doesn't escape racism because of the stuff that happened off screen. Moving on to Best Supporting Actor. That year it went to Thomas Mitchell in Stagecoach. So Thomas Mitchell, he also was in Gone with the Wind as Gerald O'Hara, and he was also in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington as Diz Moore. So he's in 3 of the best movies that year, and he wins for Stagecoach. He also had made appearances in It's a Wonderful Life and the movie High Noon. This is Mitchell's only Oscar win out of 2 nominations. He's also the first male actor to achieve the Triple Crown of acting, an Oscar, Tony, Emmy in the acting categories. And he's only one of 24 people to achieve this, and 15 of them being women and the other 9 being men. So he's making his own mark. And but Thomas Mitchell, you don't get the same praise that we just gave Hattie McDaniel.
Best Actor goes to Robert Donat. Goodbye, Mr. Chips as Mr. Chips. Donat's one win of 2 nominations. Donat only appeared in 20 films, the 39 Steps being one of his most notable. He died at age 53 in 1958, becoming the first Best Actor born in the 20th century to die. He is also the shortest-lived Best Actor winner. This was broken in 2014 when Philip Seymour Hoffman died. Goodbye, Mr. Chips was directed by Sam Wood, who helped to direct Gone with the Wind. The film is about a school teacher and headmaster of a boarding school reflecting on his career. That sounds like an interesting movie. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, I definitely would check that out. Yeah, I think want to take a step back for that distinction of that he was the shortest-lived Best Actor winner ever until Philip Seymour Hoffman. I remember where I was when Philip Seymour Hoffman died, and because I remember that so well because my favorite football team got their ass kicked in the Super Bowl that same night, so that was one of the worst days of my life. But Robert Donat did win, but he also went against Clark Gable for Gone with the Wind, Laurence Olivier for Wuthering Heights, Mickey Rooney for Babes in Arms, and James Stewart for Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. We gushed over Clark Gable as Rhett in Gone with the Wind, and I actually think, John, if I had a vote, I would have given it to James Stewart.
Wow, why is that?
I think that James Stewart really commanded that film. James Stewart, I'm pretty sure the next year in 1940, he gets his Oscar for the Philadelphia Story, so he does get it eventually. But he was really great in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. He plays a typical Frank Capra, this like fantastical character that lives a different life than most people, but yet he's the person that everyone wraps around, that they see as this like great hero, as this great figure, and he really takes command of that film. It's extremely powerful. Again, the message of that film, and if I had a vote, I would have picked him. And I know there's even rumors and there's stuff that it came out in the newspapers the following days after the 12th Academy Awards, basically saying that Donat had only beat out Stewart by like the smallest of margins. So there might have been a few people, if they had just voted differently for James Stewart, it could have happened, but it went to Robert Donat.
Yeah, and that's something that we're kind of always wondering about, is how far those numbers separate from each individual nominee and like how close the actual race was. So the Los Angeles Times is the one who kind of reported that, and people got so upset because they really wanted James Stewart to win that it eventually led to the Academy officials to kind of examine the voting process and, more importantly, the results. And from there on, all the awards and all the winners were remained secret to avoid any kind of reactions like this.
Yeah, PricewaterhouseCoopers has or it was Price Waterhouse, now it's Price Waterhouse Cooper, has really been at the forefront of Academy balloting and counting it, although they made that humongous mistake for La La Land and Moonlight a few years ago. We had said it in our Oscar reaction episodes to the 93rd Academy Awards that we wish there was, the numbers were released. We wish there was some sort of idea so we know like how it all fell out. I know that these awards at the end of the day are just supposed to be an honorary award to these filmmakers, that it really, at the end of the day, doesn't mean much, but it's still a competitive thing. It's still something that people vote on. It would be nice to see numbers, and I guess for also our statistical minds, especially me, just to have those numbers to be like, oh, this person had this much, this person had that much. It would add that nuance that I would love. Best Actress went to Vivien Leigh for Gone with the Wind. I want to give a little backstory first to Vivien Leigh. I wanted to hold off talking about it through the film because this felt like more the appropriate time to give her due, and because she lived again like a tragic life similar to Judy Garland. So this was Leigh's first of 2 Oscars. She had won her second Oscar in 1952 for A Streetcar Named Desire. Leigh had started out as a film actress in 1935 after graduating from drama school in London. She was primarily a stage actress, though. During her 30-year career, she played roles ranging from the heroines of Noel Coward and George Bernard Shaw comedies to classic Shakespearean characters such as Ophelia, Cleopatra, Juliet, and Lady Macbeth. Leigh would be an amazing Lady Macbeth. I wish I could watch that and see that in person. By the age of 20, she was already married and had a child to Herbert Lee Holman. She had begun an affair with Laurence Olivier in 1937 when they filmed Fire Over England, and that was the film that supposedly helped her get the role of Scarlett after David O. Selznick had watched it. She continued to work with Olivier. Their spouses knew about this and would not allow divorce, but they still lived together. Leigh also started to show some signs of her bipolar disorder with different mood changes while she was performing with Olivier on stage. During the film of Gone with the Wind, it was a demanding role out of her, and there were rumors of her manic actions even then, but Havilland had debunked some of those rumors later on. Later in life, Leigh had contracted tuberculosis, causing a miscarriage, and really it opened up Olivier's and others people's minds that she was dealing with bipolar. Her role in Streetcar on stage and film became the ultimate tipping point for her mental health. She divorced Olivier in 1960 after 20 years together, and she died on July 7th, 1967 at the age of 53 when her tuberculosis reappeared. And I wanted to talk about that because when you watch a performance like her in Streetcar and even in Gone with the Wind, you can see how much she had to go through. She is Scarlett. She had to go through so much in life, and what Hollywood does to some people is extremely tragic. It's unfair to some people's lives, and Leigh is one of the victims of it. She went through so much. I mean, think about it. Before she even did Gone with the Wind, she had already been married and going through this whole thing with Laurence Olivier. She had this stage career. She already had a child. And then at 25, 24, 25, 26, she's filming and starring in one of the biggest productions ever in film history. And she deservedly gets this award. We had mentioned before that she is the longest performer out of any of the acting categories at 2 hours and 23 minutes. She carries this film, and it's an award that is extremely deserved.
Yeah, she certainly does carry the film. We talked so much about her amazing performance and how she defines Scarlett throughout the film. And, looking at the competition here with Bette Davis, Greta Garbo, she's up against some real titans in the Best Actress category. And I think that even shows just how powerful of a performance that really kind of changed the industry and really stuck with people.
Yeah, 1,400 actresses were tried out or auditioned for the role of Scarlett, and the one English woman got it, and it's extremely remarkable. I really hope people continue to watch her films, and so thank you, Vivien Leigh, for that performance.
Best Director goes to Victor Fleming for, you guessed it, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
This is his only Oscar win, and we have to note that the other 2 directors are not included here. It's just given to Victor Fleming for Gone with the Wind.
But Sam Wood, who was one of the directors for the film, was nominated for Goodbye, Mr. Chips that year, so he sort of gets his due. And I really do have to say that upon researching a lot about the movie and Victor Fleming, he seemed like a total dick. That's the sense that I got, that he was not a great person to work with. And I know there's many directors who are like that. I don't know the guy, but it really seemed like that he was not a great person to work with, and really just force people to work and grind out this film. Outstanding production. The nominees were Wuthering Heights, The Wizard of Oz, Stagecoach, Of Mice and Men, Ninotchka, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Love Affair, Goodbye Mr. Chips, Dark Victory, and the winner of the 12th Academy Awards for Outstanding Production goes to Gone with the Wind, David O. Selznick for O. Selznick International and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Gone with the Wind is the first of 14 Best Picture winners to win 8 or more Oscars. It held the record for most Oscars ever until From Here to Eternity in 1953 and On the Waterfront in 1954 tied it at 8, and then it was passed in 1958 by Gigi with 9, and then a year later, the all-time record was set at 11 for Ben-Hur, which would then be matched by Titanic in 1997 and Lord of the Rings in 2003. So this is an extremely iconic film. It made so many records at the Academy Awards, winning 8 total out of 13 nominations, 8 deserved wins overall. And so before we give our thoughts about what if this film is worthy and answer that question, let's go through some statistics and numbers to give some perspective on the film. Gone with the Wind has a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, and the average Rotten Tomato rating is an 8.68. The audience score on Rotten Tomatoes is a 93. The average audience score rating is a 4.51. The IMDb rating is an 8.1, and it won 8 awards out of 13 nominations. So, John, what did you give Gone with the Wind?
I gave Gone with the Wind my highest score at a 90. And for some comparisons, my second highest now is actually a tie, which is between Quiet on the Western Front at an 85 and It Happened One Night at an 85. So I thought about this a lot. This was really hard to kind of pinpoint a score. I kind of struggle with this always, but for me, this movie just has so much. It just has everything. It has great performances, beautiful cinematography, an amazing, memorable score, a really interesting main character, a really kind of crazy story that's just nonstop, really, and of just how much that happens. And it just really has so much with love, friendship, lust, war, just so much happening in this film, and it's really engaging. It's the film that feels honestly the most modern in its storytelling. It's challenging the audience. It's everything I really want in a movie. While it's 4 hours, and I could find O'Hara kind of frustrating with her relationship with Melanie sometimes, and Melanie not knowing about Ashley, and some of those things can be frustrating, and you could kind of pick apart some of the ending and how kind of the third act, or really the last 30 minutes, gets so sped up and so much happens. But there's a reason why this film is so iconic, and I think it's goddamn right that it's my favorite so far.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's my favorite so far, but I still gave it a 93. And I think it's a 93 because while it does some pretty bad things with the contextualizing of slavery and just racism in general, it still does so much for the film industry, and is still so celebrated because of what it did for the film industry, and because there is a way to have a healthy discussion about this film. Many people, film scholars, especially black film scholars, will talk about this film with high praise. There is a lot to digest with this movie. It is not an easy film to just like, hey, I'm going to watch this casually. You have to be ready to really dive deep and to really understand that this movie is a reflection of the past, that it is a civilization gone with the wind. And it's just great overall. It's beautiful. It is well acted. It is well directed. And there's really not much more to say that we haven't already said before. So, John, is Gone with the Wind worthy of the Best Picture Award of 1939?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. If you haven't guessed it yet, we love this movie. It is certainly worthy of its award. It's one of the Best Picture winners that really encompasses and really just, it shows it as a Best Picture winner. Like, that's the definition of it. There's probably a handful of films like that. To me, the ones that come to mind are Ben-Hur, Lawrence of Arabia, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. And I'm going to put Titanic in there because of how big it was for that time. All those films achieved great things by winning tons of awards, by being very long films. All of them are at least 3 hours long. So I don't know what that really says about what audiences like and what audiences think as a Best Picture winner. But the definition of a Best Picture winner starts with Gone with the Wind. So yeah, that's it. That's our reaction to Gone with the Wind. I don't know, John. I don't think we have left a stone that wasn't uncovered by this film. Is there any last thing that we feel like that we should discuss about Gone with the Wind that we haven't talked about yet?
Well, Ben, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
I knew you were going to do that. So thank you for listening to this episode of Worthy. I'm Ben.
And I'm John.
And this is Worthy.
I'll go home. And I'll think of some way to get him back. After all, tomorrow is another day.
Thanks for listening to Worthy, the breakdown of every Best Picture winner from past to present. You can listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Check us out on Instagram at Worthy Podcast, on Twitter at Worthy Pod, and on Facebook at Worthy Podcast. Any inquiries can be submitted to worthysubmissions@gmail.com. Again, that's worthysubmissions@gmail.com.